All right. Hey guys, it's Matt once again, and hey there, Arcade. This is an impromptu stream. I figure it's actually been a while since I've done a stream. Well, I'm just by myself, so I just kick back, relax, and see what happens next. Because I did the stream with Stum and Mark, and Let's Talk Resident Evil, Anthony. That was a very fun one. I did the commentary with Stum and Mark. Did one or two with some of the guys at Dead Pit. So that was on their channel. So I figured again, do one by myself and see what happens. So hey there, Bobby. Hope you're doing well. Again, hi there, Arcade. Like I said, I've been doing a couple with other people, so thank you, Arcade. I appreciate the kind words. So if I just came back and just do a random one on this Wednesday night. Things are getting a bit cooler around here in Texas. Hey there, Fadi. Hi there, Gary. Hope everyone's doing well on this week. Now we're getting closer to Christmas. It's the next big event. Hey there, Frame by Frame. How you doing? It's been a while since I've seen the chat. How's it going? I'm doing okay. Can't complain. Got groceries at Walmart. Picked up a couple Blu-rays. Never saw Deuces Wild. Oh, that's cool. Frame by Frame. Thank you. I look forward to them. Frame by Frame. Thank you. Be my guest. Yeah, I've seen the film Dark Metal Spider. I'll review when I can. Just have a lot of stuff this month. Been a packed month. That's why I'm uploading like 3 or 4 a day. But don't worry, I will definitely do it. I always do it, so yeah. It'll be a bit of a while, but yes, I do have some Mellow Yellow. Picked some up today at the store actually, so I do have a bit of that. Hey Jackie, hey Broad Stipe. Frame by frame with the devil laughter. Hi there, Josh. Arcade never played those games, so can't say anything about them. Never played them. And sorry, my voice. Rotranex. I don't know if I've seen you on here before. Hey there. Nice to meet you. There's no Target around here, so I can't even tell you what they have. And Lucas Green, yeah, I've recorded only 6 parts so far. Maybe I'll try to record more tonight. Because I record at night, that means the light would be on. That means I have to film it like old school, so there may be a bit of an annoying light, like right at the top of the screen. But the rest of the video is coming out pretty decent. Yeah, not minding the game so far. Again, I've recorded about 6 parts so far, but from what I understand, it's a pretty lengthy game, so it'll take me a bit. How old am I? I don't know. I don't really keep track of that. I don't know. I'm enjoying Arkham Origins so far. I'm honestly enjoying it more than Arkham Knight. I think because it seems a bit simpler. It seems a bit more focused. I like the Christmas angle. It is a Christmas game, so it actually fits. Yes, rest in peace, Andre Braugher. He was a good actor. I have not seen a new Godzilla or the Godzilla show. Hey there, Mr. Rogers. It's been a while since I've seen you on. How you doing? It's been a long time. I recognize the username. Been a while. It's been a while. I mean, best Christmas movie, Die Hard. I've seen Road to Perdition. I don't like it, but I could appreciate it. It's not a bad film. Hey, Jay Forever Teen. I'm glad that they're coming to Blu-ray, The Abyss and True Lies. About time. Should have happened like 10 years ago. It's not just Blu-ray, but it's coming to 4K next March. No one has requested new Godzilla. I'm not a fan of the Green Knight. I think that's a boring as hell movie. It's A24, so I should have known, but is 8 Mile a good movie? Sure. Have I seen the Madam Web trailer? Yeah, it sucked. You're going to watch Avenging Force? That's cool. Frame my friend, what? What do you mean, what? What about the story? Story of what? Narc, I barely remember. Hi there, Alex. What about the story of the Green Knight? I've seen that. That story's already been made with this awful movie from the 80s with Sean Connery looking like a Christmas tree. And I didn't give a crap about the story. It's a ridiculous story. Yeah, I've done the Anarchy thing, the one where you find the bombs and then you fight the guy and his minions in the no, courthouse or something. I've done that. Yeah, I didn't know about the Vito guy. Yeah, Rufus. Cool that you like Cobra, Alex. That's cool. Glad you enjoyed it. And sorry about my throat. Yeah, I remember the store I used to work. Yeah, of course I do, Alex. Why would I not? Get some water. Well, my favorite James Cameron film is Aliens. Least favorite, probably Avatar. Well, I don't know anything about the details on the Abyss and True Lies, so guess people will find out when it comes out. Andy Dick or Tom Green. I'll choose Andy Dick because he was in the army now with Pauly Shore, and I actually like that movie. Well, I'll take the arcade. Favorite mobster movie? Well, I would say Scarface, but I guess that's more of a gangster movie, not a mobster movie. So I guess Goodfellas. I didn't see well, yeah, I did see the Terror remake. It was forgettable. Yeah, that's true. It's Jimmy Tammy now. Last Ray Scorsese movie. I mean, I like The Wolf of Wall Street. I do like that movie. So I do like that one. That's a pretty fun one. Your favorite movie with a bus in it? I guess Speed. Kills of Flower Moon, yeah, I've heard of it. It's 3.5 hours long. I have no interest in watching a 3.5 hour long movie. It's a Wonderful Knife. I've only heard bad things about it. Do I like American Gangster? No. I would just rather watch either Scarface or I'd rather watch Virtuosity if I want to see Russell Crowe and Denzel together. Not a fan of American Gangster. I think it's typical and boring. Great 80s sci-fi movie that you feel is underrated. Sure, Lucas, of course. Uh, 80s sci-fi movie that you feel is underrated. Runaway with Tom Selleck. And you got Gene Simmons as the bad guy. And uh, the robots feel like they would in the real world because they're so antiquated. But at the same time, that's how it would be in the real world. They would be antiquated for everyday things. They wouldn't be iRobot. It would be more like this down and dirty type of robots helping people in their daily means, and then they go haywire. You got mechanical spiders shooting acid. You got bullets that go around corners. Runaway. The year's been terrible for movies. I mean, I've said that multiple times. I don't know how people could disagree with that. Yeah, I've seen Caligula. It sucked. Oh, no problem, Kun Lao. Other people in the chat like it Runaway. Garbino Spider and Fred. Broad type, no problem, man. I understand. Tenchi fan, cool. You like Runaway too? Cool. Hey, Leviathan sci-fi. Yeah, but I figure I'd go something different. I always talk about Leviathan. So after say Leviathan, this film, sci-fi, double feature, do a lot Leviathan with Peter Weller from RoboCop, Ernie Hudson from Ghostbusters, Daniel Stern from um, all the Home Alone. I didn't see the new Spider Verse movie. Adam Store Anglin, hello there. I don't know if I've seen you on here, but thank you, Adam Stone. Is Species good? Yeah. I don't like Barbie, and I don't. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 wasn't that good, and I thought Barbie sucked. Leviathan, The Rich Man's Deep Star 6. Thought that was The Abyss. Hey there, Johnny. I'm doing okay. Hey, John, the Zero Cool. How you doing, man? How's everything going? Saltburn. I don't know what Saltburn is. Arcade, I would choose Galaxy Quest. Guardians of the Galaxy 3, the first hour sucked. Rescue Heroes, never heard of it. Top three movies a year, that's tough. Detroit, the movie? I don't think I've seen the movie Detroit. What was good about the first hour? The first hour was boring as shit. Well, watch my review frame by frame. The third act was decent. The cell plant. That was one of the worst parts of the movie. The planet with a bunch of fucking furries lawnmowing. The third act was pretty decent. That helped save it from being the worst. It's a pretty decent third act. That's pretty much it. Her, I've heard of it. Guy falls in love with his phone. Nah, nothing to apologize for, John. Yep, Alex, those movies are good. Oh, okay. See, I'm not gonna remember that trailer for Saltburn. Sam's Lot, which one? It's been a couple of them. It was good to hear We Care a Lot. No, not to me. I mean, it didn't fit. That song was completely random. Why is the theme from Dirty Jobs with Mark Rowe in this movie? It felt like he just had all these songs. The I didn't use these songs yet, so let's just throw them in there. Mantis, she fucking sucks. I hate that character. I wish her character died. Fuck Mantis. Who the fuck likes Mantis? Wish someone took her fucking antenna and stuck her up her ass. Fuck Mantis. She's a piece of shit character. She's always sucked. Nobody likes Mantis. She's annoying as fuck. The only time she wouldn't be annoying is if she had a dick in her mouth. Fuck Mantis. She's annoying twat waffle. Fuck the bitch. Rather deal with Psycho Mantis than that bitch. Fuck that bitch. Annoying bitch. Won't shut the fuck up. Should have a dick in her mouth, bitch. Or die, bitch, die. That'll be the name of her movie. Never saw Rules of Engagement with David Spade. Did you really like? Yeah, I saw Garfield Christmas special back in the day. I liked it. Worst direct-to-video action star? I don't know. No, Mantis wasn't funny. Yeah, I haven't seen Oppenheimer. I know it was at Walmart, but didn't pick it up because I haven't seen the film. Hey there, Victor. Favorite quote from Die Hard? Um, Try to think of something other than Yippee Ki um, Take this under advisement, jerkweed. My favorite comedy is The Golden Child. The Silver Rocket was good. I would say it's some of the better parts of the movie. It's not. It's not going to be in my top 10 worst movies of the year, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, but I think it's easily the weakest of the three. And I think the last third of the film was pretty decent, but I didn't mind the villain either. But I think the way they used songs was poor compared to the first two. I think the pacing in the first hour was absolutely terrible with the usage of characters. I think that whole thing where they went to that beat place and Nathan Fillion had his cameo, that was a completely useless, pointless filler that was not fun or interesting. I don't care about the Godzilla Kong movie. I didn't like the first one. I don't give a fuck about the new Ghostbusters. It could go to hell. Frozen hell. Fuck the new Ghostbusters. That's cool, Alex. Favorite line in Speed? You're fired. You're all fucking fired. When the guy from Terminator 2, Joe Morton, finds out that the bridge is out and there's a gap, it's like, you're fired. Everybody's fucking fired. That'll be my favorite. They turned Tina on the Shred. They did. That was the whole opening. Just put rest in peace to the singer. Put in the All-Star from Smash Mouth. Rest in peace to him. I mean, it's true. Don't have the new system, so have not played the RoboCop game. Don't have a PS5 or Xbox Series X. And I can't in good conscience get one because there would only be like 5 games I want to play. Johnny, I don't like either film. Sorry. Oh, thank you, Manuel. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for your kindness. Anytime. Thank you, dude, for the funny arcane reviews. Hey, at least if you enjoy them, then that makes it all worth it. So appreciate your kindness, appreciate your generosity, appreciate the support. So thank you, Manuel. Glad you liked them. You keep doing it, I'll keep doing it too. So thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hey there, DJ. No, I did not see Grand Theft Auto 6. Why? I don't have the systems to play it anyway, so why would I care? Commando Squad didn't see it. DJ, I'm doing okay. Phil Seymour Hoffman, I'm not sure about a favorite, but I like. Yeah, Bobby, I don't know about that. Invincible, I don't know about that. Despite your interest, PS5. Started having second thoughts. What about Maiden? You know my thoughts on Maiden. Like you already know my thoughts on the film. Back at the Barnyard, don't know what that is. Physical Media 2024, I mean, I think it's going to be not that different. You'll probably see less of it at Walmart, and then going to try to get rid of it probably by 2025 or 2026. Uh, most people buy online anyway, so I don't think it's going away, next year, physical media. People will buy it online. That's where most people buy it online anyway. Movie guy, I would say Dolph Lundgren is more underrated. Well, I don't watch Nickelodeon, so give a fuck about Nickelodeon. Ice Pirates, I haven't seen it forever. Hi there, Rapper Kirby. Hope you're doing well. But I don't care about Nickelodeon, so why would I watch Nickelodeon? Well, especially I'm a 40-year-old guy. Why the hell would I be watching Nickelodeon? Especially nowadays, yeah. I've seen Identity. I saw in the theater. It was shit. Predictable. Predicted it and predicted the twist in 15 minutes. I don't care about Good Burger 2. I don't even like the first one. Dark Breed has some good action because of PM Entertainment. Best film of the year, I don't know. I haven't even done the list. Nope, no one's requested that. A Gunman. Silent Night, nope, no one's requested it. Hey, Fabi, how you doing, man? Are you getting ready for work or stuff? Physical media will never die. Exactly. Like I said, most people buy the stuff on Amazon anyway, so it doesn't, you know, it's not changing that much anytime soon. By the way, Fabio, nice job on the X-Men video so far. I know you did X-Men Origins Wolverine. So I think it's what the Wolverine and forget what else. Oh, Logan. I didn't watch Nickelodeon cartoons back in the day because I didn't have Nickelodeon back in the day. Maybe my aunt would send us videotapes and would have a bit of Ren and Stimpy or something. You can't do that on television. I never watched it. La Femme Nikita, I didn't watch the TV show. I know of it. Yeah, Fabio, how's it going, man? Under the weather. Yeah, sorry to hear that, man. Wish you the best. Wish you a quick recovery. Johnny, I don't have a favorite of that. Jack Black depends on the role. He's great in Tropic Thunder. He's awful in Gulliver's Travels. Just depends. I'll be right back. Be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. And sorry about that, guys. Um, we buy physical media online. Please support your small businesses. Yeah, that's true. Hey there, Sloan. Yeah, I know Jack Black was in King Kong. I remember. But yeah, just saying hi to people in the chat. How's everything going for everybody? Yeah, I've seen Noah Nicolas Cage. It's been a while though. It's been a bit. Hey, good evening, Steven. How are you doing? No, I didn't watch the irate gamer. Never watched his stuff. Never watched much of his stuff. Worst Nicolas Cage film, The Wicker Man's pretty bad. Wicker Man's pretty bad one. Dead Island, I never played. Explosive Ammos in movies, it would help. Left Behind, that is a pretty bad one. I like Willy's Wonderland. I think that's one of his better ones. Love Willy's Wonderland. And a hell lot better than a new Five Nights at Freddy's movie. I didn't mind School of Rock. Dying Light never played. K-19, I barely remember. Only Willy's Wonderland looks cheap at all. I think for its small budget, it's actually pretty good in using its practical effects. Exactly. Willy's Wonderland 4 Life. Exactly. You want to see that dumb ballet? Go watch that shitty Five Nights at Freddy's movie. That's how you do that ballet. No, I don't like candy corn. They both sucked. Let me give it some serious thought since there's some money there. I hate both. I think Five Nights at Freddy's with its potential, what it should have been, is more disappointing. So in a way that makes it worse because I know what it should have been. So I would say one night One Night at Spago's. Five Nights at Freddy's is worse because it should have been a lot better and it was way too long, way too boring, and they dropped the ball very harshly. And you have a bunch of them fucking building a fort for a kid. So I just look at I don't like either one. I would I would now Five Nights at Freddy's makes me more mad. You know what Five Nights at Freddy's should have been? Because they've done this movie. It's called Panic Room. If they took the movie Panic Room and structured it with Five Nights at Freddy's, there would have been a hell lot better movie. So you can't say you can't do the game because they kind of did that. It's called Panic Room. You're in one room, there's people outside trying to get in, you're closing doors. There's that scene where she's going to the door to close it while the bad guys are trying to get in. It's all done in slow motion because David Fincher knows what the fuck he's doing. And yeah, if you'd done it like Panic Room, it actually would have been worth the fuck. So Five Nights at Freddy's makes me more mad. Yeah, Kristen Stewart was better in that, and she was better in Underwater, the movie. No, I did not see the new Eddie Murphy film. Don't care. Thank you, Lord Cosmo. Hope you're doing well. I've never played Punch Out. I know of the game. Oh, Fateful Findings is worse. Hey, Peter Freak Out. Waffle Pone, don't know who that is. Yeah, Alex, I've seen Avenging Force. You'll enjoy it. Jodie Foster's a good actress. I mean, Silence of the Lambs, she won an Oscar. She deserved it. Good, did a good job in Contact. Did a good job in Panic Room. So, yeah, I like her. I like her. Okay, there we go. Just get a more relaxed angle. Hey, Spite Speedo, hope you're doing well. I don't know, I haven't seen Jodie Foster lately, pictures and stuff, so I don't know what she looks like. Yeah, I've seen Conspiracy Theory. I liked the film. Rest in peace, Richard Donner. I don't know, Preston. I've heard everybody else say Silent Night sucked. Yeah, Recline Foley for Intense Maniac review. Yeah. Thank you, Rapper Kirby. Or I do our worst videos a year, maybe. But I mean, there's so many movies I could talk about. It'd be so damn long. So we'll see. Yeah, a lot of people saying Silent Night sucks. They said it's boring. They say there's not much action. That when there is action, uh, there's nothing to run home about. It's so I don't know. I haven't been requested it, and I haven't seen the film. So what's wrong with the film taking itself seriously? If a guy, if it's about a guy getting revenge for the death of his kid, I would think it would be taken seriously. Why would it be otherwise? You know, people say there's barely any action until the third act, and the third act is nothing special. It's especially compared to John Woo. This is what people have been telling me. So, favorite Christmas TV special? I don't have a favorite special. There's probably ones I like, Rudolph and Frosty, but I don't know if I have a favorite. Why do I call Jason Momoa Jason Mamma Mia? Because I think it was funny. I don't really. Which celebrity do I respect as a person? Keanu Reeves as a person. Am I going to do a best of year? Maybe we'll see. No promises. Hey Mike, how you doing, man? Um, I don't have my computer, so I don't know how to make you join on the. I'd have to get my computer. It'd have to be a few minutes. Hey Mark Marius, I haven't seen you on here. Demolition Man 2 announcements. Well, let me get my computer. Let me answer this first, though. I'll get my computer so I can send you a link, Mike. Because if I try to do on the phone, it'll cancel out. Uh, but yeah, let me answer this first. Hi, Matt. Thoughts on Demolition Man 2 announcement? What announcement? Sylvester Stallone mentioned it. How many? A year or two ago? But you mentioned like five sequels. You mentioned, I mean, there's a talk of a cliffhanger sequel or cliffhanger reboot. There's been talks of a sequel to that Samaritan movie. Yeah, I don't. Hi there, Jim. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. But yeah, I don't remember any Demolition Man 2. Stallone said he wanted to do it in a Q&A like a year or two ago, but then he does that a lot and really nothing has come of it. So I think Stallone just says stuff. Remember, there's going to be a Cobra TV show. Hi there, Preminator. Hi there, Ryan. There's going to be a Cobra TV show. There's Samaritan 2, Cliffhanger reboot, sequel. None of that ever came about. So I think a lot of times it gets said in the hope that someone picks up on it. You know, Arnold with Team Conan. Remember Triplets? It was going to be those two and Eddie Murphy. It's coming, guys. We're going to have triplets. Like I fucking want triplets. I don't want it in real life or fucking movie. So I'll be right back. I don't want it in real life. I don't want a movie of triplets. So fuck triplets. Fuck the shit. Triplets. Who the fuck wants triplets? No one did, and that's why they didn't make the fucking movie. Because they realized no one wanted to see the stupid shit. Triplets. Stupid fucking idea. For stupid fucking bullshit. I show my dick and tell it to suck it, but YouTube wouldn't like that. No, Samaritan 2. That's what I'm talking about. There was an announcement. Oh, there's going to be a sequel to Samaritan, guys. Yeah, look what happened with that. Ain't no damn sequel to Samaritan. Well, how the 14 of True Lies is it even out yet? I thought it's out till March. Does it come out in March? How do people already know if it comes out in March? Guess I'm glad I got that Blu-ray from that one guy and I kept it. All right, so let me find Mike. Guess he'll explain when he comes on, because I thought the thing wasn't out yet till March. Okay, I gotta type this up. Mike, if you come back with your drink and see this, I'm typing it up now and make sure I typed it right. Okay, that should be it, Mike. Whenever you see this. Amazon, Apple, and Vudu. So they're just using what's on Amazon, Apple, and Vudu? Is this flannel? I guess it, yeah. It's comfortable to wear when it's cold. I'll make sure I type this right. I'm sure. Oh, Mike was in the chat there. I know he's getting his drink. Is it Lucky Flannel? No. They announced Saw 11. No, I didn't hear it, but I'm not surprised. Saw 10 made some money and got some good critical notices. Honestly, wasn't that bad of a movie, surprisingly enough. No, Mike OCP Communications. That might. Yeah, DNR, like if you do too much where they take out the grain, people will look more plastic. Like the original Predator Blu-ray, people start looking more like plastic. Well, if it's like that way for Aliens in the Abyss, I'm not buying the shit then. Hey, how you
Hear
doing,
me
my
okay?
friend?
I'm doing all right. I think I'm just fighting a bit of a cold. Also, I'm sick and fucking tired of Jimmy Cammy and his fucking bullshit when it comes to his own movies on physical media. I mean, what the
So
fuck is
feel
this
free to
guy's
explain, because
problem?
I'm in
Okay.
the dark.
So for those of you who also want to hear more of my thoughts on this, I just finished uploading my own
Oh, okay.
standalone rant
I'll
called
definitely
James Cameron Needs to
watch that.
Stop. Because and I even have screenshots that I show in portions of the video, and I use it in the thumbnail too. Um,
Hmm.
so here's what happened. You know, James Cameron has this well-known obsession with technology, right? So he
Mm-hmm.
decided to take that obsession and implement it with the upcoming 4K releases of True Lies, The Abyss, and Aliens. And what he did was he utilized an AI program and used that and unleashed it upon these films and created some unholy abomination of DNR and sharpening and smoothing and just digital noise reduction and just all kinds of fucking bullshit. Now, apparently, The Abyss and Aliens are not as bad as True Lies, but there's still moments where you can see it, which I'm like, there shouldn't be any moments. There shouldn't be any moments where you can see any of this. Like, why? Nobody is asking for this except Jimmy Cammy and his yes men who don't have the balls to say, Jim, no, we're just gonna take the transfer that these guys did, that these guys worked on for a while, and put it together, and you signed off on initially, and we're gonna put that on a disc. We're not adding any of this AI bullshit in post processing. We're not doing that. Fuck off. like does he legally have to, like, in order for them to be released, does he have to be able to do whatever the fuck he wants with them? If not, then he can fuck off. The studio just needs, the people who own the rights just need to get some fucking balls and just be like, the fuck out of here with that shit. No.
Well, yeah, more than likely he has to have the final say before they're released because he's in control, and they're going to listen to the
Yeah.
guy who's had three of the most successful films of all time:
Yeah, but the
Titanic,
guy doesn't know
Avatar,
what the
Avatar 2.
fuck he's
So,
doing when it comes to these transfers. You can tell because he even said, like, when Aliens came out, he talked about how they removed a lot of the grain. They did a lot of this stuff, and it turned out to still look fine, the Aliens Blu-ray. But he talked about how he didn't
mhm.
like the way that it looked like film, and he wanted it to look more like a modern movie. And apparently, with AI and everything, he was able to get his wish now, and he fucked with it. Had to be Big Dick Jim and stick his dick into these transfers and just come all over them and make him a smeary mess.
So True Lies is becoming a DNR mess like the Predator Blu-ray.
Oh, it's so bad, Matt. I okay. If you can get, I'm gonna send you some links on your Facebook. Okay.
Well, I don't have my computer up. I'll watch it in your video
Okay.
later.
Is there no is
But
there
I
is there a
believe you.
way
Like,
to share something in the chat or something? Is there a way to say? Is there a way for you to share
I
an
know
image
there's a
in the
screen
chat?
share, but I don't know how to do it on here.
Oh, I'm
I
gonna
believe you though, because
yeah.
you know your stuff when it comes to 4K and stuff. So,
Yeah, Matt,
and you're
there's a shot
pretty.
that's so bad that it's become a meme on, like, Blu-ray.com because it's zoomed in super close and it's not super HD, but you can tell that it's fucked with AI because it's a shot of Arnold Schwarzenegger's face from True Lies, and his eye is, like, wonky, and he literally looks like he has googly eyes. It literally looks like that. And then there's other shots. There's this really bad shot from True Lies in particular, with Tom Arnold and and Schwarzenegger, and they're just sitting there, and it's rubbery as fuck. It looks absolutely abysmal, like unacceptably bad in terms of the smoothing and whatever the fuck the AI did to the picture. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 out of fucking 10. Maybe an 11. Like, True Lies, from what I've been seeing, is literally the worst 4K transfer I've ever fucking seen to date.
Well, that's another thing James Cameron won at, I guess. He'd have to be the top, not the top money maker, the top 4K
Destroyer. Yeah, he's the king
destroyer. There you go.
of physical media failures. Um the Abyss and Aliens, I've heard, aren't as bad, but they still have moments. And that's the thing. There shouldn't be moments, especially with The Abyss and True
Right.
Lies. These have been releases that have been in the works for decades, for years and years.
Well,
There
that's
you
an
go.
issue because that's part of film. That's always been part of film.
Yeah.
Grain has detail. That's part of the reason for grain is there's details in it, and when you scrub them out, you're erasing detail. That's why when people do that enough, people look like rubber or Barbie toys,
Looks like fucking Moontrap.
mannequins.
Like Oliver Krekel. It looks the True Lies looks like Oliver fucking Krekel supervised the transfer. That's what it looks like.
Well, at least saves me money, I guess.
Like there
I
are some
watched the
shots that aren't as bad as others from what I've been seeing, but there are so many shots that are just so fucking bad that it is just unbelievable. You're just like, I can't.
well,
I it
I
just
think
leaves you
on one
speechless.
I think on one website maybe there might be like a True Lies 35 millimeter thing. I think I know what I'm doing tonight. Then I'm gonna try to find that online and safekeeping, and
Yeah,
I'll just watch that.
I'll hold on to the bootleg that I have that I got from that one guy.
Yep. I'll be right back, but I just need to turn my fan on, ceiling fan.
He's got a
Getting hot from this bullshit.
yeah, exactly. Got to fan the smell
Cool
away.
down. Well, that's disappointing, but it's James Cameron, so I guess
I should
always
I
just
I was naive. Like I thought he learned his lesson because he talked about how bad the T2 4K was. Like he literally talked about how that wasn't how it's supposed to look. And now he's talking about the Terminator and how he wants to do it again. And I'm like, please don't stay the fuck away from the Terminator. Both of them. I don't want you
sadly
to
got
do a new remaster of T2 either. No new remasters from James Cameron.
sadly the people be around him probably still going to kiss his ass
And
and
here's the
tell him he
scary
did a
thing,
great
Matt.
job.
The same people, their company is Park Road, the ones that are working with this AI stuff. They are working with Del Toro, I think, and Peter Jackson. They're working with Peter Jackson right now for his upcoming, remasters. I'm like, God damn it. So this AI shit is just gonna be involved with like Dead or Alive if that finally does come out.
Well, is congrats, Jimmy Cammy. So Guillermo del Toro is going to use it, and Peter Jackson is going to use it.
I might be thinking it's just I think it's just Jackson from what I've read, but it might be Del Toro too.
Even if
And
it's just Peter Jackson, it's definitely
to be
disappointing.
fair, there are some things that I've seen that have been using like AI upscaling that look fine. There's like some Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball cartoon or whatever that they used it with, and it looked really good. But
But do
it
cartoons
just
have
depends.
film grain
Yeah,
like this?
that's a good
So,
point.
so you're not really dealing with film grain. This is a different animal because it's never. Is it ever good to remove film grain like on that level?
No.
I'm not saying like it's gotta look like sand,
Yeah.
but I mean, is it ever a great idea to remove grain on that
No.
level? Is it ever
No.
the case?
It just looks noticeably messed with. It's like when you see these fan upscales on YouTube. I'm pretty sure you've seen some of them. Like there's this guy did of the Flash TV show, and you look at some of the sample footage that he did, you're like, that looks like shit. Because he messed around with some AI and upscaled it with some maybe not with AI, but with at least with like some kind of post processing. And things just look unnatural and smoothed out and weird. And I would rather watch a standard definition version that's upscaled with my Oppo player, my 4K player, than that. I have bootlegs of both True Lies and The Abyss, and it seems like maybe those bootlegs upscaled might look better than what the 4Ks are going to look like. Especially in the case of True Lies. Because that looks like a film. Like it was shot on film. Because it was shot on film. See, James Cameron doesn't like the
Hmm.
fact that he shot films on film for some reason nowadays. And he's the guy that should be allowed to oversee how films should look in 4K or on disc or on digital? The guy who doesn't even want them to look like they're supposed to look?
Yeah, can we get off this whole thing that James Cameron is this genius that never does wrong? This is the same guy who said he would do Aliens with a CGI queen
Yeah.
if he did it nowadays.
Yeah.
Like, can we just? He's done good work, but he's not some perfect messiah of
No.
film.
No.
And
And
this
here's the
stuff
thing,
is
his
another
obsession with
example of that.
technology, I mentioned in the rant that the video that I just did. It's a double-edged sword because it's part of why he's making these advancements in tech for cinema and visual effects, but it's also why he's doing shit like this because of his obsession and desire to be on the cutting edge all the time. And so if this technology was seasoned more, if it had more I don't know, more development time, then maybe this would work out better, but it doesn't. It's barely a thing. And so you're just giving an entire movie to this AI and just say, here, make it look better. And so you're going to have instances where Arnold's got a fucking weird looking eye because it can't differentiate a pupil from an eyeball or figure out how to work with shadows and shit properly. So you're going to have an inconsistent transfer where you'll get one scene that looks good, maybe another scene after that looks fine. Then you'll get some other scenes where you're like, what the fuck is this? And then it's just gonna, it's a botch. It's a bad plastic surgery job. It's like these films were messed with by Bruce Campbell's plastic surgery character in Escape from LA.
But Kentucky Container says it best. Seems like Jimmy Tame's MO. He uses technology to remind us why we shouldn't use technology. Gives technology a bad name. No, we're not talking about Madonna. We're talking about Jimmy Carrey. I just talking about plastic surgery. But no, Jimmy Tammy fucked up apparently the True Lies 4K. And I say apparently because a lot of people have seen it and it's not like you're all wrong. You guys know what you're talking about. So because Jimmy Tammy thought AI. You think the guy who made the Terminator would realize not to trust AI, but
I,
apparently he makes a movie about the danger of Skynet. So what does he do? He trusts an AI. So he's the guy that was sucking Terminator's dick, even though he's
yeah,
made movies about not trusting them. Jamie Lee Curtis looked like a rubber face.
yeah,
I
it's
saw a
bad.
screenshot of it on Twitter.
Yeah, it's bad.
Well, save me money. At least there's that. I guess if you gotta look at the positive,
Yeah, save you
that
money so
sucks
you can
though.
pick up the Arrow video, Conan said, or the Arrow video release of the Warriors, which is coming out this
It
month.
is.
Hey,
Or
something like that.
too.
I need to pick that up.
I did pick these up today.
I did pre-order the Warriors. Oh, cool. I definitely need to grab those sometime too. Um
So
It's funny, like
I
Shout
know.
Factory, Scream Factory, they've had their fuck ups, but not to this extent.
Because I mean, it's such a big movie, though. A film that never even had a Blu-ray, so you can't
Yeah,
even have like a backup of. I'll just go back and get the Blu-ray. There is no Blu-ray.
no,
There's
for
just a
either True
DVD
Lies
that,
or The Abyss.
and the DVD was awful, wasn't it?
It was
Like
fine for
the
the
or
time, but
yeah,
it has not aged well.
right. That's
Neither
true.
one has aged well, to be honest, for modern 4K TVs or updated setups. Um,
Right.
but at least with Aliens, you can go back to the other Blu-ray, which has got some color grading problems, but it still looks good.
Yeah. I'll just keep my Blu-ray right there.
And what sucks is Alien in 4K looks amazing. Like if you haven't picked that up yet, Matt, I highly recommend that one. That's a really good looking transfer.
But apparently this other stuff won't be. That sucks. Well, I mean, so much
We'll
for looking
probably live
forward
in
to
a
that.
world, Matt, where Alien 3 will get a 4K and it'll look spectacular. And then Aliens will be this fucking DNR'd, weird
Yeah, because
looking
David Fincher
AI.
don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
David Fincher don't care, so he's like, you do whatever you want. I don't need to supervise it, even if he did believe in it or not. That's the problem. James Cameron should not have cared. Let him do your thing. Egomaniac, stupid fuck.
Yeah, Alien 3, I
Well,
still get, the occasional comment, on like the why I hate Alien 3 video from, Alien 3 super fans who just don't understand why anyone could possibly despise or dislike their beloved masterpiece. Write an essay about how wrong I am.
because the film sucks. That's
It's like
why.
nobody cares what Michael Biehn has to say. Only fans of Navy SEALs.
Well, he was also in the Terminator, so I guess unless you hate that movie. But if he likes Alien 3, he probably does hate Terminator. Good movies.
And to be fair, there are some people I've met and some people I've encountered that love Alien 3 that are cool. But Matt can
Right.
speak from experience. Like there's a lot of people that we've run into on social media or on YouTube when it comes to fans of that film that put the capital P in pretentious. I mean, the typical like my farts don't stink type of commentary. And to the point where you even get
So,
comments like it does, even if you like, if you don't like it, that you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, and you should still like appraise this masterpiece. And I'm like, well, David Fincher hates the movie, so what about that? And he directed it. Or you'll get rebuttals that defend that like try to attack David Fincher and be like, oh well, it doesn't matter what he thinks. It's still a masterpiece.
okay.
He should know better.
That's disappointing to hear, but I guess the more I think about it, it's not that surprising because again, Jimmy Tammy for a long while has been known for disappointment, at least for me personally. So
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
But there's still some stuff to look forward to when it comes to physical media next year, other than that. Conan I'm really excited about from Arrow. Because it has
That's
both
good.
cuts of Conan the Barbarian for the first time in ages, and Arrow's known to do some really quality work. Even if they screw up, hey, send us an email, we'll get you the replacement disc. They got pretty solid, good customer service. I've had instances where packages have been lost in transit and then they, send it back out, no questions asked. And they
Hmm.
haven't really had a bad track record of transfers. Like the one they had the Donnie Darko thing was a little bad, but that's because of something that was botched with like the compression or something, and they fixed it with a replacement disc. Um
Hmm.
but yeah, Scream Factory, they're doing Darkman in February, which I'm looking forward to because I think the Blu-ray is a very dated transfer and it could use a new remaster, and apparently it is remastered in 4K, so looking
Hmm.
forward to that.
Okay. So I had to put something up because I'm on my phone and once in a while I get these Amber Alerts,
Uh-huh.
but then it's like from 50 miles away and I'm like, well, okay. I mean, I'm
Like, what
50
can I
miles
do?
away.
Yeah.
Not much I can do. Sorry. I appreciate it, but it's like So,
Yeah. Yeah.
but no, I don't care. Uh, just look at the chat. No,
Mhm.
I don't care about the new Alien movie. I don't care about the new Alien TV
Alien
show.
Romulus.
I, and then you have the Alien TV show. I don't care about either one. So look out the window. You don't see much. Look out these windows.
I mean, I am a
Jimmy Cameron
little
should, Jimmy Cameron should do the Dartman transfer since they're supposed to be rubber faces.
and then he'll
There
be
you
like,
go.
it'll be just fine. I mean, I feel like fucking Peyton Westlake, when he snaps when I saw the screenshots from True Lies.
Why do I have a feeling that there'll be people defending it under your video, like because James Cameron? So you have to see it yet. It's not out yet. They'll say that it's not out yet. I'm like, well, technically it is, right? Because
Yeah,
it's
the
on.
digital.
It'll,
And here's the thing with
yeah,
True
digital.
Lies in particular, it will not matter. Like if you see it on disc, it will still be fucked up because of the AI and whatever the fuck he did with
Mhm.
the transfer. That's not gonna be better
Magically fixed.
magically fixed watching it on a disc. There are people who watch digital streams through like the highest best possible tech on the blu-ray.com forums. And they're like, no, this still looks like absolute garbage. And it's like 77 gigabytes or whatever. So like no, it's not going to make that's really not going to fix it unless they pay attention to maybe some of the but they won't because you got the guy Digital Bits giving it a B plus. You're like, oh, it's good. Most people are gonna be happy with this. There's some moments where it looks bad, but or no, he doesn't even say bad. Just says it looks a little too sharp or whatever. And then you got other people in the forums that are like, it literally looks like there's Vaseline just smeared over every fucking scene.
So was that guy just blind or something, or he needs glasses or something?
He's running that website, you know. He's getting those interviews with the insiders, with the guys who work in the studio, who work for
Mm.
for the companies that are making these releases. He doesn't want to, end that gravy train.
Yeah, that figures.
Honesty in media, sadly, not really much of a thing anymore.
Ghoulies will have a better 4K than Aliens. Yeah, I mean, people pit that up. They say it look. I don't like the film, so I would never pick it up. But they say if it's an amazing transfer, like there's no way the film should look that good, and that's for
Oh,
Ghoulies.
okay.
Like people say, this is like however this film is like the best transfer of the year,
Wow. That's
or at least one
crazy.
of. Like they, but who released that? MVD?
MVD.
Or, oh,
Speaking of that,
there
I'm
you
still
go.
waiting for I'm waiting for the release. I'm waiting for the package from them that I ordered during like Black Friday or whatever. But I did
Hmm.
get my Black Friday Vinegar Syndrome order, which honestly might be the last I will ever fucking buy from that company because the prices are fucking ridiculous, and I'm just done blind buying shit for crazy prices. Fatal Games. No, I didn't get
Ooh,
the April Fool's Day cover, which is fucking lame anyway. Because
ooh.
apparently that was an exclusive cover that you got if you donated like $10 or whatever on April Fool's Day. And the cover looks like nothing. It's like, who
10
cares?
bucks for a cover.
You get the slipcover, but now it's limited, and so now people are selling them on eBay for like crazy amounts of money. And then there's this one, which is a film called Evil Judgment.
Hmm. Okay. Hmm.
By the way, folks, this you're seeing my new camera, by the way, too. So I think it looks pretty dang good.
Very cool.
um, and speaking of 4Ks, I kind of want to briefly talk about this one. Ridley Scott's film's getting cut down. Good. Didn't need to be 4 hours anyway. From what I heard, his Napoleon is shit. Like it's terrible. Like it's really bad. It's historically inaccurate. And on top of that, it's like incredibly boring, dull. Not much of anything happens. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't even involve war or battle scenes. It's just talking.
I, I've said this before. I mean, I don't care about the films, whether it's cut down to 5 minutes. I don't care because I still don't want to watch the film. Unless he's eating some ice cream and going down water slides, I
And
don't care to
Ziggy,
see Napoleon.
Piggy, Ziggy, Piggy.
That's the only Napoleon I liked. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
With the
really,
song Two
Scott.
Heads Are Better Than One in the background.
So again, it getting cut down, whatever. Uh, good. Piss him off. And Kentucky Potato says, "A review of Ghoulies 3 led me to Rambo Raph's channel. Been a fan for a decade." Hey, thank you, man. That film, believe it or not, as dumb as it is, this is a DVD-R. It's actually pretty funny as a Animal House ripoff
It has, I think it has a DVD. Like, wasn't it like one
overseas,
available? Like,
I think.
but wasn't it in the multi pack with like all those other, like with
Oh,
Chud
yeah,
2?
yeah. Yeah, to find Walmart and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Um,
Uh,
but speaking of physical media releases, is the 4K of Goodfellas. And when this initially came out, it got like really bad reviews because people didn't really have TVs yet that were able to like really necessarily play the film properly in 4K because there weren't enough nits when it comes to like the brightness. Nowadays with like OLEDs in particular, you can actually play it properly. And what's funny is I initially fell for the same thing because I have an OLED now, but I didn't put the right mode on. It just went to default when I tried to watch it, and it looked bad. And so then I put on Casino, and it looked better, but it still looked a little off. So then I checked my settings, and then it was like, oh, why is this not set to my custom settings? And I set it to custom settings, looked better. Then I went back to Goodfellas, and then it looked great. So I would say Goodfellas actually is not a bad 4K at all, despite the reviews.
hmm.
If you can find it for a decent price, it's actually pretty good. It's not great. It's an older 4K, so they're kind of working through the kinks in a few things, but I think it's definitely better
Needs
than the
more
Blu-ray.
needs more DNR than ODIV Plus from Digital Bits.
But yeah, I hadn't seen Goodfellas in years, and I rewatched that actually twice because I watched it, started watching in 4K, and then I didn't like the look of it. Then I went to the Blu-ray, and then when I was like trying to watch Casino, and then I switched things around, and then decided, then checked out Goodfellas to see how it looked. I'm like, let's just watch Goodfellas again, and it was still great. Like I would say that's honestly one of my favorites when it comes to definitely that genre of filmmaking. That honestly might be my favorite mob movie.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick. Can't disagree with that. I mean, for mob movies, yeah, that's definitely a good one. But as for, yep, that review's still up, Makai. The review we did for Justice League back in 2017. That was a fun one. That is still up on the channel.
Yeah, the Joss Whedon cut. Honestly, I'd rather watch the Joss Whedon cut again than the Zack Snyder cut. It's bad.
Well, At least it's shorter.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's not 4.5 hours long.
There is that. Godfather, haven't. I'm not a fan of The Godfather.
Yeah, I'm not super big on those films either, but I would like to revisit them. I do have them in 4K. I put them on my list of best mob movies, like because of the fact that for the reputation, for what they did, for the genre, that kind of thing. But honestly, I'd rather watch other mob films than if I'm picking. Like, hey, here's the Godfather trilogy, and here's Goodfellas, or here's a Bronx Tale,
Right.
or here's some of these other, mob movies. Like, I would even rather watch Mobsters if I was given the choice. I'm like, I'll watch Mobsters again than Godfather 1 through 3.
And Dartmouth for spreading false rumors. Goodbye. For those wondering that is false, he's an idiot.
There's a lot of fake stuff going on, I've noticed on the
Yeah.
internet. Like, there's a lot of fake rumors. There's a lot of things going on Facebook where people are getting their accounts hacked because people are making fake accounts of their friends and then saying, hello, and then they interact with them, and then they're getting manipulated into giving information. I just ran into somebody at my job, this poor old lady. She got in contact on Facebook, or she was contacted on Facebook by somebody that, she knew from like her time working as a nurse or something. And it had been like years since they talked to one another. And so she just thought that she could trust this person, but didn't go into detail into checking the profile, and just wound up
Mm.
giving like all this information to this person. And she wound up essentially getting her identity hacked. So it's just sad. You get all these, I don't know if you get these spam emails, Matt, because I get a shit ton of spam emails, especially lately. I don't know who got a hold of my email address, but I always get these fucking emails like multiple times a week where it's from an iCloud account saying that something was bought on PayPal. Could be Geek Squad subscription, could be a new phone, Norton or whatever.
Mm.
Contact us to get the refund, or make sure it's you, whatever. And it's always bullshit. And I'm like, who falls for this? Somebody must fall for it because they keep doing it.
No, I haven't seen that. The one I've seen is the Facebook one.
Mm-hmm.
Someone tried to get into your account, so please click
Oh
on
yeah,
this,
that.
and
Uh-huh.
then you put your stuff in, but then they
Mm-hmm.
grab the stuff, so then they
Yep.
hack your account.
Yep. Gotta keep your eye out, folks. Be wary.
Always. Now, of course, we're getting to the end of the year. I know you haven't seen every film. You've been very busy with
Yeah,
work and being
fucking
sick.
retail, man, in the seasonal, part of the season. Yeah,
But what are your thoughts of the year
I
of the
think it's
films you've
I
seen?
think it's been really disappointing. I think it's like I said, I think I said this before, it's a year of the mid, the year of the meh. Like, there really aren't like that many like great films that have come out this year. There are movies I like, including one I know you don't like at all. Like, I still don't mind Barbie for what it is,
Yeah,
but
that's
it's not
fine.
like I'm like, "Oh, it's the greatest movie ever." Like, no,
Yeah,
but I still don't mind it.
that's fine. Yeah.
Um, I would say out of what I've seen this year, it's definitely one of the better films. It's definitely like it more than Scream 6, which the whole thing with Scream, the Scream franchise now, man, that's crazy. That's nuts. The 2 main leads just, "Nope, we're done. We're out of here. Goodbye."
Well, one got fired and one
Mhm.
either quit or was busy with schedule, whatever,
I think she quit.
whichever it was.
I think she quit. It was just a way to, smooth things over PR wise. But I think she quit because was she was very much in line with what her co-star felt, and so I think
Hmm.
she just definitely thought that that was like absolutely ridiculous and bullshit, and she didn't want to put up with it. I agree with her. Like that was nonsense. Like I'm not even the biggest fan of these films, but they should have never fired her for something like that.
No, they should have fired her for sucking at her job and being a shitty actress, but I think she should have been fired for that. I would get behind that. You don't do a good job at your job and you get fired.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not good at acting. You suck in your role. You fire her. Okay.
I mean, if you look
And
at
that's
like the
fine,
top
Ryan.
10 highest grossing films from 2023, Barbie is number 1. You've got Super Mario Brothers movie, which is at number 2, which I didn't mind. It was fun. I would like to rewatch it, especially on my OLED. I checked out a few scenes on my OLED. Just absolutely jaw-dropping. Looks amazing on my OLED.
Mhm.
Um, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I liked that. Saw that in the theater. Didn't like it as much as the first. Still thought it was pretty good. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, disappointing. I think you ultimately liked it a little bit more than I did, but like it's to me it's like
Not that much. I
no, it's
would
kind of a below
still.
average movie to me. I don't even call it an average film because like I don't even want to sit down and watch that again. Like if it was
Neither do
okay, like
I.
I would want to I would watch it as a time waster or something.
The first hour especially sucked for me. So
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Guardians 3.
You didn't like the humor of Drax, not wanting to sit on the couch properly, like that glorious humor, because they repeated that
I didn't
joke in
like
that
Mantis.
scene over and over again.
I didn't like Mantis. I didn't like her dumbass.
Yeah.
I didn't like the furry planet, lawnmower and shit. It's a lot of shit I didn't like about that.
You know that Marvel's in trouble. The MCU's in trouble when that is supposedly their comeback is that movie. Like their return to form. I'm like, that's your return to form? Then you're fucked.
It's the only film that did good box office, really.
I will give Disney this. They are learning from their mistakes. I think they're learning way too late. Because they're forced to. Because they're
They're not really
losing.
learning. They have the female Silver Surfer, and then
Oh.
they got Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic,
Oh, I didn't hear about
and they're
that.
doing all. And they're doing all this other shit.
Female Silver Surfer. Really?
Yeah, with big titties or whatever.
um
So good luck with that. Oh, I guess favorite rants of yours.
Man, I don't know. There's so many. Um, I definitely go back to like a classic, the RoboCop rant that I did, like the one on the remake and the one that I did on, the state of the franchise as a whole. I definitely do like those rants. There are some mini rants that I've done in the past that I definitely do
I
like.
know one of my favorites. Stefan Peter, the Peter Pecker.
Keep,
That's one of my
yeah.
that's one of my favorite rants of yours. Stefan Peter.
Of course, Group
Stefan
Show 3.
Peter.
Group Show 3,
Yeah.
definitely up there too. Um, the Poltergeist rant that I did about, Steven Spielberg and, the whole debacle with the home media release of Poltergeist. Um,
Before James Cameron. Steven Spielberg, just for
yes. Yes.
different way.
Sadly. Um, but yeah, Disney. What I meant by learning from their mistakes is maybe not entirely, but they are learning from their mistakes in some ways in terms of not overdoing things so much, not just having an overdose of Marvel content and all this other stuff. They're scaling back, and it's due to necessity because they screwed up so badly. But they only have one film coming out next year in Deadpool 3. No other movies. So I give him a little bit of credit for that. But it's one of those things where they only did it because they were forced to. They should have done it earlier so then they wouldn't be in this position.
Do you really
Like
have
for
hope for
instance,
Deadpool
just
3?
release Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 this year and that was it.
Do you really have hope for Deadpool 3?
I mean, should I? Probably not, considering the track record of the MCU and Disney. But I'm gonna put some faith in Ryan Reynolds and his team. We'll see what happens. It's that kind of thing. He hasn't let me down yet when it comes to Deadpool. So it's just gonna be one of those that we'll just kind of see where the chips fall, so to speak.
You gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. You gotta have faith, the faith, the faith.
The fact that they did, it's for sure confirmed to be R. That is a good sign. Another good sign that they're kind of learning from things. I think I've read that they just completely canceled the Blade movie. They're like, yeah, this isn't working. We're cycling through all these different writers and directors. This is getting delayed constantly. Just, just cut it.
They probably won't, but because they're too stubborn, they should. I mean, if they could get rid of a movie that's already done, like Batgirl, just get rid of a movie like Blade that already has these problems.
Or
Just
the did you hear about the backlash that Warner Brothers is getting for the Acme versus John Cena, the John Cena Looney Tunes movie that was finished, but then Warner Brothers is pulling their
Coyote.
whole, oh, I'm going to delete it. We're going to delete it because, we don't want to deal with that movie. And now they're getting backlash and now they're like in talks to maybe sell it to some other
Yeah, like
company or
sell it to
something.
Amazon or something. Coyote versus Acme, yeah. I'd be curious to see the film. I think John Cena's the bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think was it Will Forte? I think it's the lead
Mm-hmm.
in the Wally Coyote. And the Fad's like a court case. If it's like Rescue Rangers and a nice surprise,
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
then I'll be down for it.
Because did that come out this year, Rescue Rangers, or was that last year?
Last year.
Yeah.
Last year. That was
I
a
know
nice surprise.
Oppenheimer, going back to this year films, I know that made a lot of money. Didn't see it.
Haven't seen it.
The Little Mermaid, definitely not going to see that. With Aquafina and her fucking ear poison song. And Melissa McCarthy, who sounds like she's drunk, apparently. Her whole performance, it sounds like she's sloshed to shit, from what I've been reading.
Like reality.
Ant-Man and the Wasp, all you need to do is just see that screenshot of MODOK, baby. Then you know how bad that is. I still haven't seen it, but I've seen the screenshots. It's so bad. MODOK is dumb
Yeah, I've seen it.
anyway. I don't think MODOK would ever work in live action, period. Except for like a one-off joke where Deadpool is like just absolutely eviscerating him verbally before literally eviscerating him. That would be the only time that would ever work to me with MODOK, not as a main villain in anything.
Well, definitely
It did,
not the way they, because I've seen the film, definitely not the way they handle it and who it was, which was the
Yellow
bad
Jacket,
guy in the
right?
first.
It's dumb. Like now you undermined Yellow Jacket. Like why? You made Yellow Jacket even worse.
And then he becomes a good guy at the end because he was called like a pussy or something. I can't remember, or something like that. And so then he became a good guy for like 5 minutes and then dies again, or for good this time.
John Wick Chapter 4.
Hate that movie.
This says it all.
The reason I hate that movie
Disappointing.
is not spoiler, folks. It's not just because John Wick dies. So part of it is that number one, it's too long. Because I know there's still people that ask, why do I not like the film? It's way too long. Does not need to be 2.5 hours long. This sorry, they don't like me talking John Wick
That was
4
John
crowd.
Wick. That was John Wick. The Baba Yaga came in and ended the stream.
It's what was the result at the end? The High Council, they make it seem like it's going to be destroyed.
Doesn't
Like
happen.
this build up to it doesn't happen.
The whole I'm
They're
gonna
still
kill them all.
around.
No, no.
They're all still around. The girl from the third film's still around. He doesn't resolve anything. I
No,
don't think he got his ring back that he wanted at the
no.
beginning. So nothing's resolved. How does he pull win? He gets his freedom for 5 seconds, then dies, or well, he's not really dead. Well, they Keanu Reeves and the director pretty much want him to stay dead. You could tell that's what they want. They keep saying it,
The
and no one
way of the
wants to listen.
samurai.
Uh, Bill Skarsgård, was that his name?
Yeah, was that him? Was it the same guy who sounded like a poor man's
The
Van
guy from
Damme?
Pennywise.
His fucking French accent. Yeah, that's
The
Bill
guy from
Skarsgård.
Pennywise. Yeah. That
Who's
he
the new
sucked.
Crow in that Crow film that was shot in Romania that still hasn't come out yet?
No, Matt, it's not our fault because back in the day we've had shitloads of good mainstream movies. 2022's better mainstream movies, from Day Shift to Rescue Rangers to various other movies that we've talked about last year alone. Go back 30 years,
Didn't Willy's
right?
Wonderland come out last
1993.
year too?
Which
Was
one?
that last year, Willy's Wonderland?
Yeah. Go back
There's another
30
one.
years. Go back 30 years, 1993. Look at all the films of 1993.
I mean,
From
Jurassic
Cliffhanger to Demolition
Park.
Man, Last Action Hero, so Fugitive,
Hmm.
Harrison Ford. They don't make movies like The Fugitive. They don't make movies like Jurassic Park, the first one. Not talking about,
They rarely make
you
films
know,
like U.S.
Jurassic
Marshals
World.
nowadays. And that's not even
Yeah.
The Fugitive. Like, that's the sequel that is lesser known.
They definitely don't make movies like Cliffhanger or Demolition Man or Last Action Hero, which got a lot of crap undeservedly,
I mean, look
because it
at
has
all
more
of
creativity.
the top 10 highest grossing films from this year so far. Other than like Sound of Freedom and like Oppenheimer, all of them are sequels or based on IPs.
Mhm.
That's it. Or you have the Taylor Swift concert film, but like that does that count? That's barely even a movie. Let's be honest.
I think you look back 30 years ago, like, was it like In the Line of Fire? I think was that year. I think, and like, what would be like the top 10 films of 1993? I just say that that was 30 years ago.
So I don't think. Yeah, here's the top 10 highest grossing films of 1993. Number one, Jurassic Park. Number two, Mrs. Doubtfire. That came out in 93.
Hmm.
That was a good film. That was a classic. Robin Williams, a film that when you look at it, you're like, how is this going to work? And then in execution, it works really well because everybody
Yeah.
involved, and also because the fact that it doesn't necessarily always just do the typical tropes of that kind of concept. It plays around with it more, makes it a little more unique, and then its message at the end, like it actually tackling divorce in the way that it does was genuinely inspired for 1993 because no barely any films, especially a mainstream film that families would watch, ever really tackled divorce in that way. And so like a film like that still has a ripple effect all these years later. What are the ripple effects going to be with some of these other top 10 highest grossing films that came out this year
I know you
on
like the
that
film, but
capacity?
what's the ripple effect of Barbie? I know you like the film more than me, but
I know. I
I
don't
don't think
know. I don't know
that
if it'll
film's
have the
going to
same.
stand the test of time. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean,
Just don't.
it's a visual sort of kitschy kind of thing. You know, it does have some commentary about certain things, but the commentary is so muddled in terms of the way it's written. I don't think it's going to have the same resonance as the discussion about divorce, for instance, and Mrs. Doubtfire. Yeah, The
But
Fugitive was number 3. Schindler's List
yeah,
was the fourth highest grossing film that year.
okay.
The Firm, I'm kind of on, but I'll take The Firm over a lot of other stuff that's come out in 2023. Indecent Proposal, Cliffhanger, Sleepless in Seattle. I'm not a super big fan of rom-coms, but that's one I can watch. For Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks. Philadelphia. Um, and number 10 was The Pelican Brief.
Yeah, Tombstone that year. You had. I think I'm trying to remember In the Line of Fire when that came
You
out.
had
What
Loaded
year
Weapon
that came?
1. National Lampoon's Loaded Weapon
That's a
1
fun
is a
one.
very underrated spoof comedy. You had something for the family, Homeward Bound, Incredible Journey. Like I remember that. I grew up watching that movie.
You had variety. Like even that
Yeah.
top 10 list, like the variety of movies, action, the comedy, to romantic, to big budget Jurassic Park, to
Dead
that high
Alive.
there that everyone came in.
That
Yeah,
came out in 93.
which
Dead
Dead
Alive.
Alive?
Brain Dead.
Okay, I didn't know that was 92 or 93. I didn't know.
Army of Darkness. Falling Down. Fire in
So
the
at the end,
Sky.
so the guy, his name is Matt in the chat to say that, well, there's a lot of indie films. No, it is Hollywood's fault that mainstream sucks because they could do better and they're lazy. Does he look at? They just, they've gotten a lot fucking lazier in terms of
Yes.
movie making and filmmaking.
Yes. It's also the reason
Effects
why,
wise,
to me personally, Disney is in so much trouble. To kind of cycle back on things a little bit because of this laziness, because of this over reliance upon nostalgia and IPs.
yeah.
Disney themselves has essentially diminished its own brand because of this, because they've just constantly just force fed nostalgia, 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 remake, 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 sequel, sequel, sequel. And even when they're trying to do something new or original with Pixar or something, they have just overdone things so much to the point where you're getting the Universal Monsters effect, where even the general audience and the public is just becoming tired of it. And it just seems like it's the same stuff. And they don't want the same anymore. Even Marvel, even the MCU is struggling.
That's cool, Winter Flowers, but fuck Dune. I don't give a shit about Dune.
I still haven't
Sorry,
seen
I
that
just
yet,
don't.
but I'm pretty sure even if I do, I'm still gonna be a bigger fan of the 80s one, directed by David Lynch.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 93, you had the Super Mario Brothers live action movie. Which even if you're not a fan of that film is more unique and creative than the majority of other films that have come out this year.
Yeah. Hell, I like more movies in 2003 than this year. Sally, I know you don't like this film.
Mm-hmm.
Other people don't like it. I found more creativity in Hulk 2003 than
I
any
mean,
superhero film this year
to be fair,
for me.
creativity wise, I can see that argument. I can understand that argument. And yes, there are some bad films from 93 as well. I mean, RoboCop 3,
Well, of course,
TMNT
there's
3.
bad movies every year.
But it
There's
just
bad
seems
movies
like
every
if
year.
we're just looking at this list of films from like 1993, and it just seems like I'm just going through this list, and there's more films on here that I think are legitimately great, or or I like, and not as many like meh,
And a
forgettable
lot of those
movies.
movies, and a lot of those movies were mainstream that you mentioned.
Our Target, because that came out in 93.
Yeah. The Fugitive, Cliffhanger, Demolition Man, Last Action Hero, all the stuff you mentioned, Falling Down, Tombstone, etc. So, 2003, I remember seeing better movies in the theater. The Bad Boys 2, and
Yeah, Bad Boys 2.
I like the Matrix sequels.
I like them too. I saw the Revolutions, the third one in the theater, and I still one of my favorite theatrical experiences, of that time, when I was younger. Just the whole scene where the whole fight sequence between Neo and Mr. Smith, right? Is it Mr. Anderson
Yeah,
or whatever his name is? And he collects the raindrops in his fist and then
Smith. Yeah,
punches him in the face. I thought
yeah, Smith.
it was an epic moment. I thought it was so cool.
Cooler than pretty much anything I've seen this year. Yeah, Judgment Night, that was 93.
That's a classic.
So, so yeah, I do blame the mainstream. And fuck Disney.
Look at the
It's the
top
reason why they're
10,
losing money.
2003, Return of the King, Finding Nemo, Matrix Reloaded, The First Pirates of the Caribbean, Bruce Almighty, Last Samurai, T3, Matrix Revolutions, X2, Bad Boys 2.
Yeah, X-Men 2 is better than any superhero film this year.
Yeah.
Pirates of the Caribbean, the first one, is a lot of fun. Better than
Daredevil.
any movie this summer.
Daredevil is another
Yeah.
solid, good comic book film.
Yeah, look at the big movies you got this summer. The summer blockbuster. Indiana Jones and the
Fuck.
Dial of Diapers.
That honestly, as of right now, that's my pick for the worst of this year. Because of just what it does to such a just legitimately great series of films. It's just such a disgrace. Like these other movies, I'm like, yeah, they suck. Like Skinamarink is technically worse,
Well, yeah, that's not even a movie.
But
It's
yeah,
a it's a vlog that someone left on for 2 hours.
it's not with Dial of
Someone left their
Destiny. It's literally it is a literal disgrace to the franchise and to the legacy of Indiana Jones. I mean, the last time we see him is him getting punched in the face.
Well, tell you the last time we see him is him kissing Mary.
Yes, but I mean, the last time you
Typically.
see him wearing you know,
The
gear
classic
and his
outfit, yeah.
garb, his iconic wardrobe and everything, is him getting punched in the face because he
Well,
wants to
you had to,
die.
'cause Phoebe Waller-Bridge had to
God,
be
fucking
noteworthy.
Kathleen Kennedy. So glad South Park took aim at her.
Yeah, the
Roasted her
Pandaverse.
ass hard.
For a girl in it, made her gay. They're not wrong.
No. Silver Surfer, make her a girl. I mean, make him a girl, and then make him gay.
He is a girl, and
Yeah.
probably will be gay. She'll go out, she'll go out with Sue Storm, cheat on Reed Richards.
She can do it because she can become invisible.
Yeah, that's a cheater. Complete cheater. Apparently, the new Godzilla show is lesbian sex and no Godzilla.
Wow.
Well, they should turn Godzilla into a lesbian.
Oh,
Then
the
you'd have
one
more
that has
Godzilla.
both Russells in it, Wyatt and Kurt. Well, that sucks.
Yeah,
Too
apparently.
bad.
Michael
I know.
says, Mike, I just got a Laserdisc player and really am interested in the format.
Cool. Welcome to the
So
club. I haven't.
what Laserdisc would you recommend?
So in terms
Obviously
of
depending on what he
Laserdisc,
likes, but
um, I would definitely recommend some of the releases that came out like in the I've been like in the late '90s. Like the original Star Wars films. Either like the box set or the other ones that have like they have like the covers that have like a stormtrooper or whatever, and then the title, that kind of thing. They came out in VHS that way, but they also came out on Laserdisc that way. And there are some Laserdiscs out there that have some features and stuff like that on them that are not ported over. Um, but yeah, a lot of anything by Elite Entertainment's usually pretty good too, or Pioneer. Was it Pioneer? No, Pioneer made the players. It was Anchor Bay. Anchor Bay did some good stuff. I think later on, Criterion, who worked with Anchor Bay initially, if I remember correctly. Um, so yeah, there's definitely some good ones. I would say a lot of it is like the late '90s sort of stuff. I would do some research on a certain. I think it was Sony because there were certain laser discs from a certain studio around that time that are prone to disc rot because
so
they screwed up with the process. I know Willow was one of those. The
so
later release.
Michael got Gremlins and the Universal Story, a documentary that's never been on DVD
Oh,
or Blu-ray.
I don't even know about the Universal story. That's cool.
Now I've never heard of it. If you let us know what is that, Michael? What is the Universal Story? Do Indiana Jones film looks gay? That's what someone wrote. Well, you're not
Speaking of
far off.
2003, feels like back in time.
Uh, Let me just go through the comments real quick before go on to something else. I'll go through them real quick. Uh, let's see. Days of Confused. Yep, that was 93.
Mm-hmm.
Crocodile Dundee films. I do like them. Never been a really good release for them.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't. It's weird because the first film, that was a huge hit. I remember reading something that there was rumors of a 4K for the first or something. That'd be cool. I know Paramount's doing Beverly Hills Cop 3, so I'm like, really? I don't really care about that. And they're releasing a box set with all three, and then one of my friends on Facebook was like, "I'm glad I waited," and I'm like, I don't want to. I really don't want three unless it's super cheap, so I'm fine with buying the other two separately.
Kentucky Container saw Rambo 2 on Laserdisc back in the day. Was blown away. Very cool. Yep, Jonathan Lindsay. I've seen Ninja Scroll. That was 93. That was a good anime. Candy Cane Lane. I did not see. It looked like shit.
Yeah, I flipped through, like 30 seconds or a minute of it because I was testing my Nvidia Shield just to see what it looked like in terms of the streaming, and it looked generic, and I didn't laugh once. It was this whole gag about, the typical cliched thing with the decorations in the yard, with the neighbors and whatever. And so Eddie Murphy, his whole thing is he makes handcrafted wooden designs. That's what he does.
No, I never heard of that
That's
documentary.
cool. That's cool,
That's only
Michael.
on
That sounds that
Laserdisc.
sounds
That's
that sounds
interesting.
interesting. But so yeah, Eddie Murphy's character's whole thing in Candy Cane Lane in this opening like sequence or whatever is that he makes handcrafted yard decorations.
Dildos.
And then this other guy, played by I think it's the same
Handcrafted
guy from The
dildos.
State, the sketch comedy show. He was also in Bad Milo. I don't even remember that movie. I think he's had cameo stuff in like Reno 911 and other stuff, but I can't.
Yeah, the friend with the monster that was from his ass or something.
Yeah, that guy.
Classic.
And so he's this neighbor, and he has this these gaudy decorations that are like inflatable and whatever, and they have this whole back and forth about Eddie's like, well, mine are finally handcrafted, yours are blah blah blah, and I'm like, great, this is so funny, are really looking like a classic so far. Just a stale retread of other Christmas movies, it seems like.
So good I forgot to laugh.
I saw your review of Christmas with the Cranks, and I wanted to share a story. I remember, I think it was around the holidays, we rented that movie. And, as a family, we made it a whole family, movie night thing. Because we were like, oh, it's a holidays, blah, 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 And we liked that cast. We liked Tim Allen. We liked Jamie Lee Curtis, and we like other supporting characters. Isn't Dan Aykroyd in that too? They're like, oh, we like Dan Aykroyd, and we remember the trailer. Thought it could be funny. This is back in the day, folks, when not everybody was necessarily aware of like all the funny moments being in a trailer. Like they would just see a trailer once and then think, okay, maybe there's more to it. And we sat down and watched it, and I think maybe laughed like once or twice, and we all were just not very enthusiastic about that one. It was disappointing. And I don't think I've seen it since, to be honest. It was like, I think it was like a week before Christmas or something. We all felt like we got a lump of coal in our stocking. It wasn't as bad as showing my parents Hot Tub Time Machine 2, though. That was one of the most awkward and just awful, experiences sitting down watching a movie. Like I felt ashamed. I felt really bad. And both of them are still like, that is one of the worst films you've ever shown us. We love the first one, so we thought maybe it might not be that bad. We were wrong. Very wrong.
Okay, Barbie. Barbie is the highest grossing film of Warner Bros. to date. Yeah.
It is crazy. But yeah, it is.
Popular IP. And a lot of people liked it, and very popular film, so there you go. Made over $1 billion at least.
Mm-hmm.
Biggest film of the year. It's a Barbie movie.
But yeah, with Christmas of the Cranks, I agree with you. I don't understand the concept of the film. I don't get why it's such a big deal that Tim Allen and his wife decide to go on a cruise instead of the typical Christmas that everybody does in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah, the film is pretty much saying, be a victim, succumb to peer pressure,
Yeah.
and you'll be happier. What a great message! Fucking awful movie.
Like, it would work
I mean, is
better
that
if it was one of those things where it's a satire of consumerism and people just being just overly obsessed with how Christmas is supposed to be for everybody. And then it becomes this whole sort of thing where, Tim Allen and his wife are just trying to go on vacation together, have a good time, and they've earned it. And then all these townspeople are just fucking crazy and just obsessed with Christmas and, won't leave them alone.
you would think? I mean, there's a lot of things that could have been done with that movie. They didn't.
A better satire of consumerism or Christmas lunacy is definitely Jingle All the Way.
And much more entertaining as well. Now, let's see. Hey there, Jesse. Hi there, everyone. As for what else is going on in the world today of movies, I don't know. It's hard for me to keep track of stuff. Saw Thanksgiving, had fun with it for what it was.
Okay. Still need to check
Not
that
a
one
bad.
out. That's
It's
good.
fun. Characters are lacking, but it has some
Mhm.
fun deaths. Pacing's pretty
With
good,
that kind of
pretty
film, I
fast.
I would be okay if the characters are a little lacking, if you deliver the goods when it comes to, the kills and good pace and just overall
It
fun
does that.
watch.
It does that. So Sally, that probably is the best horror movie I've seen this
I
year.
think you were surprised by Saw 10 too, right? Remember correctly?
Yeah, it's better than I thought it would. Wasn't too. It's the best one since the first.
Wow.
So I liked it
Okay.
for what it was. Whereas not a lot of competition because I don't really like much of the other ones except
So it's one of those
maybe Saw
rare
2.
things where like they decided to do another one and it worked out. But then that becomes like,
Well, they just simplified it. They got
yeah,
rid of all the inner stories. It's just these people screwed him over. He wants revenge on them. Takes care of these scammers because that's what
okay.
they are. So it's Jigsaw going after scammers,
Okay.
pretty much, who prey on people. And they just got rid of a lot of the bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if you
Renfield, I liked as well.
yeah, I liked Renfield. I say it's one of my favorites that I've seen this year. Um Sisu I liked
But
as
none
well.
of the, but there's no movies that I would give like 5 out of 5 or 4 out of 5.
No.
There's none that I
No.
love.
No.
There's some I like.
There
Extraction
were
2 I liked.
documentaries that I would say the Robert Englund documentary might be the best film that I've seen
Mm,
this year so far.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. But you see, there's literally nothing I loved. Again, like 4 out of 5
I
or
still
five
haven't
out of
seen
five.
RoboDoc, but I probably should watch that. I know a lot of people are wanting to hear my thoughts on it. And yeah, I've heard the game is good,
And
but I've also heard from other people that it's kind of, one of those like games that's a little too hard than it needs to be at times, has some other issues here and there. Of course, I'm not super enthusiastic about what I've heard and seen when it comes to Weller's voiceover. It literally just sounds like they either have an AI version of him do the lines or he's just reading off a cue card.
mm,
Um, but I would like to play that one of these days. I'd have to get a new controller and stuff like that for my PC.
what would you play it on your computer?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'd probably invest in I get a pretty nice controller, and then I would probably invest in a capture card, so then I can you know record footage and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, looking at January, let's look at January, the film slate for next year, Matt. You got Night Swim. That's the year starts with Night Swim, the haunted swimming
Yeah,
pool movie.
Blumhouse.
It seems like a topic that would barely work for like one episode of Goosebumps, but like barely, but not for like an entire movie.
No, I don't know why you would want to watch a killer swimming pool. Yeah, Death Pool, the pool that eats. Yeah, not Deadpool, Death Pool.
There already is a movie called The Pool. I swear to God, wasn't there a film called The Pool? It came out in like the
There is. I don't know.
2000s.
I don't know if it's about that, but I know it was called that. I don't know what the plot of it was,
Yeah.
though. It might have been like a thriller or something.
Uh-huh.
But I know there was a movie called that. They sure called Death Pool. Night Swim's so generic.
Yeah.
Why not call it Death Pool?
You got the Mean Girls musical movie, which they marketed that terribly. Like even if you're a fan of Mean Girls, like they just call it Mean Girls. They didn't even call it a musical. I remember the first trailer dropped and everyone was confused. They just thought it was a remake. And then you had to have people like in the comments be like, "Oh no, it's actually an adaptation of the musical." But I don't see a single musical number. So a lot of people are just like, it's just a lame remake.
Yeah, I've never seen the original Mean Girls, so
How about Kevin Hart's a movie Lift, where he's in a generic heist film where he's gonna be stealing money from an airplane. That's also coming out in January through Netflix. Directed by F. Gary
not
Gray.
unless he gets thrown out of the airplane.
Yeah, that'd be better. Lisa Frankenstein. Kind of curious about it. Zelda Williams. It's her directorial debut. Robin's daughter.
I know there's another slasher film coming out. I forgot something Day. I forgot what it was
Oh,
called.
Founder Day.
Yeah,
Yeah, the one it was like a
it looked like
political
shit.
slasher. Yeah.
And the killer has like a fucking gavel.
The bloody judge. The bloody judge.
It's like all the trailer was like all these reviews, but it's probably like the same person,
Oh yeah.
but the same thing over and over again.
I don't trust those reviews anymore. I don't. When you look at all those A24 horror films that are considered like the latest greatest masterpiece of horror, the scariest film in decades. I mean, even Exorcist Believer
Yeah,
got positive reviews. Doesn't deserve any of them at
from
all.
who? From who?
Well, there were some. They would just handpick some they would throw in the trailer. But like if you actually, paid attention, like the film got absolutely destroyed. Rightfully so. But yeah, Madam Web, like really? Sony and their Spider-Man spin-offs, they just can't give it up.
Apparently not.
Is it that Craven the Hunter, which looks like a direct-to-video action movie from the 90s?
No, that's an insult to that. There's a lot better
Yeah.
90s direct-to-video.
Yeah, that's an
Action
insult, yeah,
figures.
because of those PM Entertainment films. Like give me the Craven the Hunter movie starring Jeff Speakman. That's what I want to see. Back in the 90s, Jeff Speakman is Craven the Hunter. You buy it a hell of a lot more than Aaron Taylor Johnston. What about Imaginary, Matt? One with the teddy bear.
I still haven't seen the trailer. I got enough of that from Megan.
Yeah.
Toys come to life and shit.
What about the prequel to The Omen? Yeah, the first Omen. They're not even being original with it. It's just the first Omen.
Is that what the first Omen movie is?
I know. There was an Omen. There was an Antichrist before the Antichrist. Is that what's trying?
Must not have lasted long.
There's more than one Antichrist apparently. So it's like Highlander now.
Great. Maybe there's 666 of them. Have that many
Godzilla,
sequels.
Godzilla X Kong, the New Empire.
Fuck the Empire.
The second part of Zack Snyder's Star Wars ripoff series, Rebel Moon.
Was the first one even out?
Yeah, I think it's coming out soon, like in December or sometime. Yeah, the next one comes out in April.
You must really be sure people will love it.
The Fall Guy. I don't know if you saw the trailer for that with Ryan Gosling. I thought that looked fun. I wouldn't mind
That's
seeing that
cool.
one. David Lettich did that one.
That's cool.
Furiosa, the Mad Max prequel, The Fury
That looked
Road.
generic.
We got another Garfield movie. We got another Planet of the Apes film. Bad Boys 4, if that ever actually does get made. I don't know about that. There's a Will Smith.
That's
Like,
like another shit year.
yeah. Are you excited about I Am Legend 2? Like I don't understand. Who is it? Who is like, yeah, I can't wait to see that. I want to see I Am Legend 2 with Will Smith and Michael B. Jordan.
Jada Pinkett.
She's excited. Despicable Me 4. Twisters. Yeah, that Twister sequel, which I'm still like, that is so fucking stupid. Twisters?
Bill Paxton has passed away. Helen Hunstack will be in it. You don't need another tornado movie. Or hell, another tornado movie would be fine. You don't need to be a sequel to
Yeah.
Twister.
And it's directed by this guy who's not directed anything other than some like low budget drama
Of
and
course,
like
why
an
would they need
episode of The
talent?
Mandalorian.
Hmm.
Yeah, he did a bunch of
Doesn't mean
dramas.
you can make. Doesn't mean you can make an action film.
I'm getting tired of that where they just give people these jobs, these directing jobs, and they haven't really done anything like what they're tasked to do. I know there are instances where they surprise you, but most of the time that isn't the case. And so I'm fine with, taking risks here and there, but like it just seems like that's what they do all the time now. So if you get like the woman who directed Nomadland directing The Eternals. I'm like, wow, this movie looks flat and boring and lifeless. Oh, because she directed a drama that was flat and lifeless looking on purpose because it's supposed to like showcase, how depressing the reality of this person's life is. It's like it's like hiring the Coen brothers to do a Marvel like it's just not a good fit.
Or Coen Brothers, I would trust more than
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
that lady.
Yeah. Yeah. Borderlands movie, Alien Romulus, Beetlejuice 2.
Does it go Hawaiian? Nah, he doesn't
I
go
shouldn't really
Hawaiian.
have that much faith in that since it's a sequel way too many years too late, but I'm
Mike,
kind of
Mike,
curious about it.
Mike, Mike,
Yeah.
Batman.
Yeah.
Michael Keaton Batman.
Yeah.
Last time Michael Keaton returned to a role
Yeah.
was as a Batman that died 8 times
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
explained stuff with spaghetti.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spaghetti
Yeah,
and
and Tim
dying eight
Burton being
times.
back doesn't necessarily mean anything because the original writers and the director of Bill and Ted came back for Face the Music, and we got Face the Music. So I don't know.
Victor, I'm talking about the Flash where Michael Keaton was Batman. No, he's not going to be Batman in Beetlejuice.
But yeah, Beetlejuice 2. I don't know about the whole like Beetlejuice has a wife thing. Like, is he just going to be cucked throughout the entire movie by Monica Bellucci?
Probably, because that's the joke nowadays. That's the type of humor. Coming to America too
Oh
did
God,
that,
yeah, that was so bad.
where Eddie got date raped. And it was supposed to be funny.
And he didn't learn anything from his father. Like he literally he just did the same shit that his father did in the first
Yep,
movie.
because we don't need good writing.
That's why Beverly Hills Cop 4, like the trailer drops tomorrow, I think. Um, but like we've been there with Eddie Murphy sequels. That's what happened with Coming to America, and that was awful.
Then there were Hills Cop 3, and that was awful.
Yeah, I like the idea of Joseph
Ryan,
Gordon-Levitt, being his partner.
yeah.
There is potential there because I like him as an actor, but
Hmm.
I'm leery. I'm leery about. I want to see the trailer, but I'm leery about it for sure. Considering, I mean, Eddie, other than Dolomite is My Name, which I thought was great. Like
Yep, I enjoyed it.
he really knocked that one out of the park. Like any other attempt that he's tried to make to follow that up has been a disappointment. Another Transformers movie with Chris Hemsworth. Okay, called Transformers One. Oh, I guess it's an animated movie. Um, Joker 2. Why? And it's a musical. And Lady Gaga is Harley Quinn. Terrifier 3. It's probably going to be 3 hours long this time. It's a Christmas movie for some reason.
Yeah.
Gladiator 2. Like why? Why? Gladiator 2? Did he die? Is it Maximus
Yeah,
dead?
this one I think stars what Denzel.
Yeah,
Was it
Paul
different character? I don't think
Mescal.
Russell Crowe's in it.
No. Another Lord of the Rings? It's the first time I'm seeing this. The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim.
Maybe it's a sequel to Rings of Power.
Yeah, people are really going to want to see that. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
the Untitled Karate Kid film, which actually, I guess, is connected somewhat to Cobra Kai because Daniel is in it. And now it's connected to the remake because Jackie Chan's character is going to be in it. They're going to find a new Karate Kid.
Because the other one went to hookers and drugs. That'll be the story.
It'll be like the Funny or Die sketch with Daniel,
Rob Macchio.
with Rob Macchio.
Wax on, fuck off.
Yeah, that
Wax
was
on,
funny.
fuck off.
That was great. Before Cobra Kai, there was Wax On, Fuck Off. Mufasa, The Lion King. Yeah, it's gonna be a prequel to The Lion King, but this time it's about Mufasa.
Gives a fuck.
Got Robert Eggers
Yes.
Nosferatu, the guy who did The Witch, and Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and another Jordan Peele movie. Wonder what the title's going to be this time. I mean,
Sonic, directed by Jordan Peele, where Sonic kills all the white people.
that's what Shadow the Hedgehog. That's his whole plan.
Yeah, that'll be Shadow's plan. He's black, so kill everybody who's not black. Candyman did it, so why not Shadow? Now it's his turn. He's the new Candyman. Kill all the cops, all the white people. That'll be Sonic 3, directed by Jordan Peele. Come into a white neighborhood near you.
I saw that you saw They Cloned Tyrone. Would that be one of your favorites from this year? Because I still need. I like the trailer. I need to see that.
I forgot that movie came out this year. It was okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I forgot that even came out this year. It was okay. I didn't hate it. I mean, it's hard to say favorite because favorite means like you really enjoy it, and there's not a whole lot that I really.
Like, which ones were
There's
there?
some, but
which are the ones that you really, really enjoyed?
Well, again, at most I would give like 3.5 out of 5,
Mm-hmm.
and those would be the like. Extraction 2 was fun
Okay.
with Chris Hemsworth. I liked the Thanksgiving movie. I liked Renfield.
Mm-hmm.
Guy Ritchie's The Covenant. Jake
Okay.
Gyllenhaal.
All right.
That's a pretty good war film. Well, I say war, but yeah, it's rescue film
Mm-hmm.
where soldier rescues his interpreter from Afghanistan. Pulp Exorcist was actually fun. Russell Crowe, because Russell Crowe
Okay.
had a ball in it. So that's a couple. I'm sure I could find more, but it's just so I don't hate everything, folks. There are films I liked. I just mentioned Super Mario Brothers, the movie,
Uh-huh.
was fun. But I said there's not a whole that I adored. Like, fuck the new Exorcist. It sucked.
I know you didn't mind Sisu. I think I liked it more than you
Yeah, I
did, but
didn't
I know you
mind that.
still didn't mind that one.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one. So there are films I didn't mind, but there's not a whole lot of films I loved. I'll put it that way. There's a lot of films I didn't mind.
There's some that I'm definitely. I saw. I don't think they're out yet. Like Dream Scenario. Like I do want to see that. The one with Nicolas
Nicolas
Cage.
Cage.
And I am curious about the creator, even though it does seem like it's just a golden child, but sci-fi, sci-fi golden child. Without Eddie Murphy being hilarious as fuck. Like
Yeah.
he was so just unbelievably talented and charismatic in his prime. I mean, just makes generic stuff, stuff like going over the fence and just you know interrupting somebody's barbecue, just hilarious. I mean, that just shows how funny he was, how genuinely talented he was in his prime. And nobody could really compare to him at that time.
Let's see. Looking at the chats. Didn't see Equalizer 3 because I didn't like the first two. Fuck John Wick 4. I'll keep saying that. Getting sucked by nuts.
Another thing with John Wick
Fuck John
4,
Wick 4.
it's a lot of the action. There were a
You want to see a
couple.
dog piss in a guy's face?
Yeah, that was fucking stupid. It's repetitive in ways
I let
that
Mike save you people. Hey, Stubborn
no.
Mark.
I saw the trailer.
They think comedy looks. Stubborn Mark, nice guy. You missed the James Cameron True Lies rant because apparently he fucked up the 4Ks.
He did.
You missed that. How's it going, Stuntman Mark?
You really did. Total fuck up. You foobarred it for sure.
Yeah, no, You People was awful. That's an awful movie. Jonah Hill looked like an alien. A Murphy, I don't know what the hell A Murphy's doing lately with this and Coming to America 2 and everything I see with Candy Cane Lane. And then David Duchovny looked stoned out of his mind.
Yeah, the Candy Cane
Was like a
Lane
zombie.
thing, it was like, this is just you doing generic lame family movies again. Like, didn't we already go through this cycle, Eddie? Did we already do this? So like he's just taking paychecks. That's what it seems like. He's doing paycheck roles again.
Hey, Stuntman Mark, do you want to be on as well? You guys would get along. He's a really nice guy. I've had him on from time to time. Let me
I
know,
think we were
Stuntman
on
Mark, if
like
you want to
I
come
think we
on as
were
well.
on once, I think.
Mm.
Your birthday? Was it a birthday thing? One other time,
Uh,
I think. Because
yeah, yeah,
I do
yeah.
remember talking with him once.
Gotcha, yeah. Because I think he wanted to ask you about, I think maybe wrestling. At
Oh,
one
okay.
point, he was mentioning,
Yeah.
he's like, I'd love to talk to him about wrestling.
Yeah,
Like stuff.
CM Punk back in WWE.
Which I don't watch wrestling, but I'm
After
fine with that.
he flamed out, you know, in AEW, and now he's crawling back to Vinnie Mac or Nipple H,
To
really,
me,
because Vinnie Mac
that was
isn't
more
really
AEW.
Vinnie Mac isn't really necessarily the one running the show anymore. It's Nipple H now. It's good old Hunter Hemsley.
Hunter First Helmsley. Yeah,
I know
but
they're
yeah, the
WWE's pulling out of physical media in the UK. I read that. They're not going to be doing
well,
DVD
they
releases or Blu-rays
yeah, they
anymore.
canceled it all. They canceled all the physical media,
In the US too?
and that's what I heard.
I thought it was just
They're not
UK,
doing
but
anything
it
anymore.
would make sense that it would be US too, because I haven't seen a lot of them releasing new stuff. I'm glad I picked up what I did, because stuff on the network is still censored.
At least I don't watch wrestling anymore, so it don't matter to me. But
Hmm.
everything I see by AEW looks like a fucking joke. And
Well, in WWE, I think Roman Reigns, isn't he still champ or some shit? Remember correctly? Champion for like 50 years. That's what it feels like.
I like CM Punk. I think the people in AEW were fucking dumbasses.
Yeah.
Give a fuck about the young fucks. I don't give a fuck about Kenny Olivier, Miss Fingerbane.
That's like the only Olivier you care about is Olivier Gruner, right?
His movies, I don't know about the
or
guy.
or Laurence Olivier.
Yeah, goddamn man, there's a lot of bullshit.
Oh yeah, speaking of wrestling, I saw something. Goldberg, he did this like stunt at the Falcons game last weekend, the game against the Buccaneers, where he like showed up in a Atlanta Falcons shirt because he was an Atlanta Falcon at one time, and he's from Atlanta, if I remember correctly. He's from Georgia. And so he went in and did the spear and jackhammered this guy wearing a Buccaneers shirt, like pregame or whatever, and the Falcons lost. So that was pretty funny. Like, who's next? Apparently, your team. Lose to the Buccaneers, who lost 6 out of the last 7 leading up to that game.
Sorry, I had to type so real quick. Saw 11 just got announced. Well, of course it got announced. Big fucking surprise.
Saw X did
Well, I got
well.
my
So.
computer, so if you want to send the
Oh,
True Lies thing,
okay. All right, hold on.
I have my computer up now.
It's on my Facebook, but I'll just send you.
Actually, I got your Facebook. I'll just click on that.
Yeah, just go to. I think it's my second post after.
Well, Facebook didn't like your post.
Yeah, yeah. I talked about verbally punching Jimmy Cammy in the face, and Facebook was like, this violates our guidelines, so delete it,
Oh my
or we'll
god, I
give
see
you
it.
a. Yeah.
His right side, it's like a CGI line under here.
Uh huh.
It's like they try to compensate, so they made his right eye CGI.
Mm-hmm. Then scroll down, Matt. Take a look at that. Take a look at Tom
One
Arnold
second. Uh,
in the
I only see the
comments.
one picture here.
Yeah, in
Oh,
the
in the
comments.
comments?
Yeah. Yeah, I put the image in the comments after
Yeah.
one of Jonathan's comment there. You see it?
Yeah, this doesn't quite look right.
Like
That
it's
one with
even.
Arnold is even more damning to me.
Yeah, this one though, if you look at it like full screen, it's really bad because you can just see the smoothing. Like it's so bad.
That's ridiculous. And I'm gonna, because I know Mark, he's gonna ask, and I'm gonna send him this image to his Instagram just to have him have a look at it too. That's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. I don't even know. Okay, I'll try with my phone here. Let's see. So if I do this, I'm gonna put it at full screen for a minute.
Okay.
His eye,
Fucking googly eyes.
his right
Ah,
eye, folks.
what's wrong with me?
Look,
What
look at
happened
his
to
right
my
eye.
eyes? Ah!
I'm gonna leave that up for a full like 10 seconds for people to see. That is fucking garbage. What you doing? What the fuck? Jimmy Kame, what the fuck you doing? What is
Why am I
happening?
melting? Why is my face melting?
My
Ah!
eyeball did not come back fully from Total Recall.
Uh,
It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. Jesus H. Christ, man.
like,
Holy
oh, but
shit.
that's a screenshot from like a phone and like it's zoomed in. I'm like, there's no excuse for it, even if it's like something you see for like a split second. There's no excuse for this at all. None whatsoever.
Okay, let me put this back. That is ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous.
AI can't differentiate, can't figure out a pupil from the eyeball.
How did Jim Cameron give that the pass? He probably wasn't paying attention as much as he says it does. And he doesn't want to be proven wrong because he's a guy that never wants to say he rarely wants to say he's wrong.
Ooh. Like I said, the other releases, they apparently aren't as bad, but there's still a few shots where you can see like the smoothing or the inconsistent
Like you said, there
AI.
shouldn't be any. There shouldn't be any. This is Aliens. This is The Abyss that never got a Blu-ray. This is True Lies, never got a Blu-ray. There should be none. I'm tired of this fucking giving things the pass. I'm tired of the shit.
Yep. He's got an ego that's not only larger than his body, it's larger than a whole body of water.
There's no excuse for this bullshit.
No. Now you feel my pain.
Maybe,
Like when I saw
well,
that,
maybe The Abyss.
oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
But here's the thing, to Neopunk, you don't know if The Abyss would be better because this got passed. So, I mean, how do you know for sure?
I know. So I
None of
know
this
the
should be a
transfer
case.
was shown in theaters for the re-release, and people have said it looked fine. And I know people have said the Abyss is out of the three is the one that looks the best, but they still say that there's still some scenes, there's still some moments where you can see the AI and see things where it doesn't have as much grain, where it's a little more, sharp. And that's one I still want to see for myself. True Lies, I'm tempted to
Of
cancel the
course.
pre-order, to be perfectly honest. Like if it's gonna be that bad, like I'm tempted to cancel the pre-order already. Um because I have the Blu-ray, the blue bootleg, and it looks I think it was pretty dang good. So
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. It's. I don't blame you. If you do that, I would not blame you.
maybe wait till it goes down in price. Like maybe wait till like Black Friday or whatever and it's like $9.99. Not pay full price for it. Shame too, because I've been wanting to see True Lies, get an actual release, officially on Blu-ray or 4K for longest time. And the reason why it never got a release is dumb in the first place. It was gonna be one of the 5-star collection Blu-rays. The ones that Fox did with Independence Day and Die Hard. Like it was gonna be one of those releases, but because of 9/11, because of the fact that there's like terrorist attacks in the movie, they canceled the Blu-ray release. Like it was already done. There were already features that were finished. Everything was already ready to go. And then 9/11 happened and then Fox was like, "We can't release this." And then canceled it, which I find to be incredibly stupid. I still think that's one of the dumbest, like why? It's a movie. And it came out in the 90s. Like what does it have to do with 9/11? Nothing. It's like the whole thing of not airing certain shows or showing King Kong from the 70s on TV for years because of 9/11. It's like, yeah, that's awful what happened at 9/11, on 9/11, but like we don't need to alter history and do this whole thing where like, well, act like the Twin Towers never existed. Because that's what it seems like. They do a lot of that in the media nowadays. 'Cause it's controversial apparently to say the Twin Towers existed or show the Twin Towers.
Yeah, that's controversial. Okay. No, I don't think James Cameron sabotaged on purpose. I think he's just an ego that thinks everything smells like roses. That's how the Terminator 2 one got by with the bad, like all the issues with that. got
Well,
by
I
the
think
first time.
apparently with that one, I think he was apparently misled. That's what it seems like. It seems like Studio Canal, they screwed up. They used the wrong master, the master that was for the 3D version. The time that it came out, that they couldn't fix it. It was a huge fuck up. But I don't even know if I buy that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the better version that Cameron is talking about still looked like shit, considering what he's what he thinks is acceptable with True Lies. I remember I first heard about this, and I couldn't see the image because it was like from some image sharing site that my browser wouldn't show me. But I was on Reddit and somebody was talking about it. I was like, "Oh, that can't be true." Like, really? Like, I don't buy that. It sounds like a rumor. Like, I need to see it for myself. And then I went on the forum and then saw that fucking googly eye Arnold, and I was like, okay, all right, well. And then the other photo, other screenshot. I'm like, well, I guess it sounds like it's true then. Shit.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking sad. But what can you do? Not much you can be done with it.
No.
Yeah, I'm sure if it came out, well, yeah, I don't know. Like you said, the True Lies didn't come out because of the terrorist stuff on
Mhm.
Blu-ray. What was this used for the Abyss?
I don't know. James Cameron, maybe? I don't know. It
Yeah,
comes
it's
back
pretty
to
fucking
him.
sad.
It's the same thing with Peter Jackson. It seems like he's also the same kind of control freak, with his films. And now he's working with the same company that did these remasters, which I'm like, great, good luck with that. And it's the same thing with Peter Jackson. Peter Jackson, he was like James Cameron in The Abyss for years and still is. Oh, I'm working on that. I'm working on Dead Alive. I'm working on a new 4K remaster of that. And I'm working on a new 4K remaster of Bad Taste and Meet the Feebles and all this other stuff. And then it's going to come out. It's going to come out. And then it's never come out. It's like just constantly constipated. It's never coming out.
I mean, in a weird way, it's kind of like when me and you were contacted by the guys who made Moontrap,
Yeah,
right in
Tex.
comment section,
Yeah, Tex. We were contacted by Tex Ragsdale, the writer.
and it's like, oh, hey, we're going to do a new Blu-ray, like DVD
Yeah.
Blu-ray, and also we then, by the way,
We're
we're
doing a
doing a
sequel.
sequel. I'm like, I don't care, and they yeah. Then when it comes out as shit, and you ask them, then they're dead silent, never respond again.
No.
I'm like,
Yeah, Target Earth. God damn. Wow. Yeah, that has to be right up there with some of the worst sequels. Right, Matt? Like
yeah. And that's the thing is that yeah, they can tell you whatever they want, but it's just unless people
Target
are
Earth is the kind of
informed.
sequel that's so bad it makes crap like Chud 2 look like a masterpiece in comparison.
Well, Chaz, I mean that's YouTube. They don't always give out notifications. They're not consistent with it. Someone's like, I didn't get the notification that you guys are live. Well, and YouTube is not the most consistent.
They're consistent about other stuff, not stuff that really matters.
Cameron wants all his old films to look like they were filmed today. That's the
Mhm.
problem.
Mhm. Doesn't want them to look like
That's
films. He
stupid.
wants them to look digital. Like it were shot yesterday.
At least that's one thing I'll give well, many things I'll give over Tarantino. He's much more a fan of film.
Mhm.
And he's right. He's right.
You wouldn't see him mess
Tarantino knows a
around.
little.
He's not gonna mess around with his films like that. Because if you think about Cameron,
No.
what he's doing, he's destroying his own films. This is destruction. Like this isn't like you're altering them in such a significant fashion that if anyone is going, oh, I'm going to stream True Lies or I'm going to go buy the 4K, like you get that. And that's not what the film looked like. That's not what the final product was.
And here's the thing is that one person may go, well, what's the big deal? You have this and that. Here's the thing, if this is on your streaming services, your digital platforms, that's what's going to live on in the future. That's what then other various platforms are going to use that one because it must be better. It's the 4K.
Mhm.
It must be better as a remaster. And then that's just populated into the ether. That's just populated more and more. So then 5 years, 10 years down the road, for or the day when these things don't work anymore, your DVDs or whatever, or a new person that doesn't know much about it, that isn't taught,
Mhm.
they find this film, they go, well, this looks weird. And now they're instantly being taken out of the movie because of this little moment and this little moment that's been altered or looks funky or has a fucked up eye or looks awkward because of the manipulation.
Yeah.
So they're not getting invested in the movie.
And here's also the other
So
thing with him using AI, it's going to age horribly because that version of the AI is going to be ancient in no time flat because that the AI is constantly evolving and different versions and different updates are happening. So like you look at like what was considered cutting edge at the time, and it's gonna look crap. It look like shit. So it shouldn't even gotten AI involved with
no,
with any of this.
no, I didn't even know that was. I guess a lot of people didn't even know that was a thing until
Mm-hmm.
this news broke out,
Yeah.
right?
Well, yeah, because I mean, some people are aware of it because some people maybe messed around with it on their own, or they were aware of the animation stuff that had happened or what other people have done with it.
Yeah.
Star Wars. I would argue that what James Cameron is doing is worse than what George Lucas did. Because what George Lucas did, yeah, he added some shit in there that didn't need to be there. But for the most part, the majority of those movies still look good. Like the remasters, they still look pretty good. There were some problems here and there, but I
Well,
have
thanks
them in
to fans
4K
who,
and they'll
thanks to
still look fine.
well, for me, it's like you had fans that did the work on the originals
Oh
and
yeah.
the the specialized
The
editions.
specialized editions, yeah.
And it looks like this is what's going to have to happen next with these films. We need the uh, the AI altered version of Aliens and True Lies in the Abyss.
Take the 35 millimeter prints. That's what they did with the Star Wars ones. The Harmonies versions or the other ones that they've been doing like 4K 77, 4K 80.
No, Jedi's Disney will not release the original Star Wars versions because if they were going to, they would have done it already.
It would make a ton of
Especially if,
money if they did,
yeah,
but
with how iffy their financials are, it would be a moneymaker. So either something
is there
else,
something in Lucas's contract? I'm just thinking like if there's like maybe there's something in the contract when Lucasfilm was sold to them. Cuz you know
yeah.
how Lucas is, he tried to destroy all the original prints.
So yeah, there probably is something like that. Um,
Some fine print.
yeah, we
Yeah,
were just
it's
talking
bad,
about it.
Monoval.
Yeah, you just jumped in.
It is appalling. Unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, That's why people go towards them. Let's be honest, that's the reason why. You just elevate that market more and more when you do this kind of stuff. And people want to get mad and angry, but give the
I
people
don't
what
get
they
I
want
the
and
thing
they'll
is, I
go
don't
away.
understand the people getting upset at people who buy bootlegs of stuff that's not readily available. And then they get, like, all triggered about it, and then they're all like, "Well, you're stealing." I'm like, "From who? Who am I stealing from?" Like, "Oh, the artist." Like, they don't even own the rights to these films or these shows. So they're not getting any
Yeah.
revenue anyway in the first place right now from any of this. So who am I stealing from? Oh,
Uh,
it's just morally wrong. But what's wrong to me is that these shows and these films become lost to oblivion because somebody isn't preserving them. And that's what some of these bootleggers do. They preserve these shows. They preserve these films because some of these films rights are up in the air and they're all in a clusterfuck and no one knows who owns the rights, or you have people who own the rights who flat out don't fucking give a shit and won't work with other people or ask for way too much money. And so then all these other labels are like, well, fuck this. I'm not going to pay that. Not paying that much
yeah,
for
I mean,
murder by phone. Just hang up
exactly.
the phone as soon as the offer is made.
Yeah, there's a few films I've heard that's one reason why Nightlife with Scott
Hmm.
Grimes doesn't get released. I've heard that's why Night of the Juggler, and there's a reason with James Brolin why doesn't get a release. It's because the people who own it want too much money.
Hmm.
Which I'm thinking, well, you're not making any money,
Yeah.
so you make a little or zero.
Yeah. And that's the
So
thing too with like these other shows and these other films that are like Freddy's Nightmares, for instance. I think that that could actually sell okay. Might surprisingly do pretty good on home video if it actually did get an official release, even if it was just on
mhm.
DVD, because it's Nightmare on Elm Street. That's a popular IP. There's a lot of Nightmare on Elm Street fans out there, horror fans.
Well, the the movies don't even have a good Blu-ray
Yeah,
release, let alone the
that
TV
too.
show.
I know. And that's because
The
Warner
movies
Brothers
are
is
so
just
so.
fucking stupid for some reason. Stubborn. It's like, oh, Scream Factory, you really want to do a 4K or a Blu-ray set for Nightmare on Elm Street, but you know, we don't want to make a deal with you because we're gonna do it. We want to do it. We want to do something, and then years go by, they don't do anything.
Yeah, they want to do something. They want to go pit their nose in the break room. They keep picking their brain and scratching their brain cells out. Yeah, I'm sure they're doing a whole lot.
And that is a case of like,
Don
hey, make a
goes,
deal. Make a deal with Scream Factory so you make something instead of nothing because you're not doing anything with it anyway. Like it's just it's like the keep. Like who cares what Michael Mann thinks? Does he actually own the rights to the film? If he doesn't, tell him to go fuck off and release the movie.
yeah, Run with Patrick Dempsey, The
Yes.
Super Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
Yeah, Run doesn't even have a DVD. The
No.
Super has a DVD. What's funny, I have the DVD. I haven't even opened it yet, so I guess technically, if I wanted to, I could probably sell it for a lot. But I like the movie, so
Yeah,
I
I got
just
I got the
keep it.
super. I finally found. I've been waiting to trying to get that one for a long time. I found that last time I went to
And so,
a shop over
yeah,
in Portland. Um, yeah, definitely was one of the many titles that I got from there that made my day. But that was definitely one of them because like I've been trying to. That had been on my wish list on Amazon for a long time, and a good price too. Wasn't that bad? There you go, collector's item right there.
and this is
Um,
how much it cost me:
I
$3.
got it at Stuff. Um,
Yeah, it's pretty much like
We do have a stuff over here in Vancouver. I went there one time. It's where I got Slam Dunk Ernest on DVD for $1. Paid way too much.
So yeah, there's security.
But
doesn't matter because I still got it in steel. So
yeah, the super. Yeah, so he mentioned the super. What was the other one that he mentioned that doesn't have a Blu-ray?
Run.
Yeah, Run. Run doesn't even have a DVD. Run has a DVD overseas, I think, like in Taiwan or some other like Korea or whatever, some Asian part of the world. It's on eBay. It's like basically kind of the same transfer that's floating around. That's on digital.
Mm-hmm.
You got other sort of like Out of Bounds with Anthony Michael Hall, like that's got Anthony Michael Hall in it. Like he's a pretty well-known name. Never got a release.
That deserves not to have one, but that deserves not to have one. Because that film's a piece of shit.
There we go.
Kentucky saying, Mike, great job on your Ernest reviews.
Thank you. Still got to do 2 more. I'm gonna probably put on the last 2 tonight after the stream. I've just been kind of putting them off because it's the worst. It's Ernest Goes to Africa and Ernest in the Army, and Ernest Goes to Africa.
Those are the best.
I've just seen screenshots of Barney in blackface, and it's just, I mean, it's so bad.
Was that like him playing like an Indian guy?
Yeah, in brown face. Yeah, he's in brown face.
Yeah.
And just the whole idea of the film sounds racist as fuck. Let's be honest.
No, Perimeter, why would I pick up 4Ks of True Lies? And if they're going to be this fucked up, why would I waste what's going to be probably 30, 35, 40 bucks?
I think they're more like 25, but that's still.
Well, I mean, it's James Cameron. I don't know what he'll fucking.
Yeah.
25, 30, like, why am I going to waste my money on that if it's going to be this fucked up? At least I'm in Mark. I showed him a picture. He probably was so horrified. He's frozen. So that's probably why he hasn't come on the stream. I don't blame him. I'd be horrified too. No, I think he got busy with stuff. So, yeah. Why would I bother getting that now? I'm gonna get Aliens 4K where they remove more grain and it's going like. No,
I'll probably get that one.
I'm
gonna get The Abyss for sure. I'll let you know about Aliens. Like it might be one of those things where some of the reviewers are being a little too, because sometimes that happens. I mean, they did that with well, I'm in. Oh, okay.
Nah, hasn't showed up yet, but no, take care, Kentucky Potato. He's like, no, I didn't get steered. I mean, I don't blame you if you were.
And I got the night off too, man. I can do it all. Like I don't have to work tomorrow. One of those rare night offs. For some reason,
it didn't pop up on here.
There he is.
What's up, guys?
Hey. Hey. Are you as appalled and disgusted as I am?
Arnold's googly eye.
I laughed my ass off. I can't believe that's the image like from now. Is that like a final transfer? There's no way.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It's on the digital, right?
Yeah.
The digital.
Yeah, digital 4K
release, and that's what they're using for the 4K.
Did you show him the other one?
AI.
Did you show him the Tom Arnold?
No, I showed him that one, but he'll be surprised with the other ones.
You should look up the other one. How do I send him anything?
I don't know how. I'm not sure how you screen share.
Okay.
But so it's AI he used, AI technology.
Yeah. Mark, just go on Have you been on like the Blu-ray.com forums and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, constantly. I live
Just
on
go
there.
on there, go to the True Lies 4K section,
Okay.
and they'll have the screenshots in there somewhere.
Okay, I'm gonna check it right now.
That's where I found it. Like they have some other stuff. They have some funny. They made memes already of the googly eye. Like they have one literally of like Arnold with googly eyes.
So Mark is a guy that's, you know, a bit knowledgeable on this. Your thoughts on using this AI technology, which I didn't know was what they were doing until tonight.
Park Road.
That now they're using this AI tech to
apparently
quote,
they did
remaster.
it. They did it with Titanic, and the results were praised. A lot of people tend to really like the way Titanic in 4K looks. But I've also seen some other people say there's a couple moments where it, you know, looks a little off. Definitely looks like it's a little too sharp. Definitely looks like, you know, we're trying to make it, because James Cameron apparently, Mark, he doesn't want his films to look like films. He wants them to look like they were shot yesterday.
So like I saw Titanic in the theater this past I guess it was February. That transfer was fantastic. I'm not sure if it's the same one that they're using for the 4K. And then back in 2017 I saw T2 on the big screen and it looked incredible. So I don't know why they can't just go with those transfers.
Yeah.
They're more than likely digital. But they looked great. I had no complaints. I'm looking. I see it on the forum. Oh my God.
Look at that Tom Arnold rubber face.
Yeah. What the hell? Wow.
So your thoughts on how could this have happened?
It looks like, Mark, you've seen these fan-made upscales, right, on YouTube. That's what it reminds me of. You know, these fan-made upscales, they use an algorithm, they use an AI, or they use a program, and they just mess around, and they're like, oh, I remastered The Flash from 1990 in 4K, or Tales from the Crypt. And then you're like, this looks smoothed out and looks like garbage. I hate it. That's what it reminds me of.
Just saw it. Wow, overprocessed.
It's cooked.
I don't understand, like, especially the screenshot of Arnold. His eye is just. How could that? How could that affect like what's actually on screen to that degree?
It's AI. It's the AI. It doesn't know what to do, so it just made shit up. Because there's a shot. That shot, apparently, from what I looked on the forum, they showed like from like a DVHS rip or something, and it's in shadow. Like his face is in shadow. So for some reason, the AI decided, well, I don't know how to create a shadow properly, so I'm just gonna create eyes out of nothing. And then, like, I don't know how to differentiate your pupil from the eyeball either, so I'm just gonna do this weird shit.
This cannot be final. Like, there's no way.
It is.
Oh my God. It's like he's got like muscle relaxer in his face. Cameron gave me the muscle relaxer. Oh God. Yeah, like just the more like I zoomed in, it's even worse. Oh man. Well, that's, I mean, you know, I'm laughing now, but like I'm really sad on the inside because the DVD transfers were awful.
Yeah. And I've heard, to be fair, Mark, I have heard the Abyss and Aliens aren't as bad, but people are still saying there's still moments where you can see that they mess with something looks off in one scene.
Because he's doing DNR. That's really what he's doing. Because he doesn't like grain for some reason.
He's using an AI to do it too. He's using the Terminator. He's terminating.
When grain is part of the detail, but he hates grain.
Is this like supposed to be a quicker process? Is it like less expensive than like just pulling out the original negative and like
probably not? I think this is what I think. This is my theory. All three of these films were done. The transfers were done. They were in the can. They were ready to go. They have been ready for a long time, just to just put them on a disc, and we're off to the races. Cameron, because he's got this ego that's bigger than an entire body of water, and he's obsessed with technology and being on the cutting edge, he got involved in post-processing and was like, AI is a new thing. There's this new AI algorithm that's able to enhance images and do all this and so on. And he already doesn't like films looking like films. Doesn't want grain. Wants his movies to look like they were shot yesterday digitally. So get the AI, and here we go. That's what you get. And it's inconsistent even with the other ones that are supposedly better. This is just the worst. Like, there are people on the forum, they're like, this is the worst 4K transfer they've ever seen. Ever. Like, even worse than the T2. Like, somebody did they had like a screenshot from the T2 4K. They put the True Lies digital 4K underneath. And like, the T2 4K looks amazing now in comparison. Compared to the Tom Arnold rubber face.
Well, I've said this before. It makes me not want to buy all three, because if maybe it's not as bad as True Lies, but I don't want to pay that much money and then from time to time get taken out when they're like some of my favorite films, because this guy has a bug up his ass about film grain, because for some reason he hates film. The same guy that wanted to do the Alien Queen CGI, he said that if he did it today, one of the best special effects ever.
Yeah.
What did do CGI? Great, look like AVP, assholes versus penises, like that movie. Fuck that movie, and fuck James Cameron, and fuck Jimmy Tammy. Because he's so obsessed with AI, he probably buff fucks it every day next to his TV. Probably has a fucking robot dildo up and down his fucking sphincter.
Whacking off the latest in tech.
Fuck Jimmy Tammy. Just leave the shit alone if you can't do it right.
Oh my god.
Aliens is one of my favorite films ever. Why do I want to pay 25, 30, however much, if it even has a couple shots that may be like that? How can I trust it if this is what they do to True Lies? Which they even had a Blu-ray, so you can't even go back to be like, well, I'll just keep. There's no original to keep. That's why I won't go online. I'm gonna find some special site that probably has a 35 millimeter or something, and I'm gonna have a bit of a download syndrome.
Did you want to say The Abyss, or did you mean to say The Keep, Matt?
No, I mean like True Lies. I'm gonna find True Lies.
Okay.
I'm gonna find a bit of that for a bit of Download Central.
I did that with The Keep too. There's a 35 millimeter, like, it's kind of in rough shape, but looks better than anything I've ever seen of The Keep online.
But it's ridiculous that I mean, I said it before you were on here, Mark. James Cameron has been known for disappointment for a long fucking time. Yeah. So I can't say I'm surprised.
You guys have no idea how crushed I am. I'm so sad. Like,
say it. We want to hear it.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, True Lies is one of it's in my top 5, like, for Arnold movies. It's, I love like every frame of the film. So it's like seeing this is just soul crushing, because I haven't seen it in like, I don't even know how long it's been. Probably maybe more than 15 years. And I just refuse to watch the DVD or buy anything else, because I'm like, I know the 4K is going to come out and it's going to look amazing. So I've been waiting for this for over a decade, and this is
now you see how amazing it looks.
Oh man!
Now you see how amazing it looks.
And yeah, I have read that there are some scenes and some moments that look good, look fine. But like when you have scenes like that, And I know the eye thing, like that's a zoomed in, like wow, screen grab. You probably will barely even notice it.
Mm-hmm.
But the
But
rubber
there's no
face stuff,
googly eyes and
the rubber
Ghoulies
face
4K.
stuff, you're not going to be able to miss that.
Yeah.
And
I bet
on the
there's no
disc, it's not going to be any better.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's still going to be there.
There's probably none of those mistakes in the Ghoulies 4K that people are praising. So Ghoulies 4K is going to look better than True Lies in terms of consistency.
Mm-hmm.
That's my issue.
It's inconsistent because the AI doesn't know what it's doing yet because it's just a new thing.
Yeah.
Like if this is just a fan-made thing, that'd be fine. Yeah. It's fan-made. The fan isn't charging you or shouldn't be charging you money for their AI upscale.
Mm-hmm.
This is a legit studio release.
And real quickly, frame by frame, thank you. I think that is Margot Robbie instead of Tom Arnold because he looks as rubber as Barbie. So that's probably what happened. He probably saw the success of Barbie and said, "I'm gonna put her in here."
I like her, but I do agree with some people where they're like, I'm getting a little tired of her because she's like in everything. You know, everywhere.
Yeah.
But remember, she was rumored to be in like every fucking sequel. What? Set the bar for worst 4K transfer? Okay.
Frame of frame. I don't care. I don't care. Margot Robbie's hot. That's cool. I mean, there's a lot of women who are hot, including on Pornhub. But
I mean, I'd rather see Margot Robbie in more stuff than Amber Heard in anything. So,
but like to Mark, can you say you have hope? What are your hopes on Aliens in the Abyss now that you see this True Lies?
I'm really worried about the Abyss because there's so many more effect shots and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the AI will perceive that.
There are some screenshots of the Abyss. I did see them on the forum as well. They didn't look as bad to me, but you can see some sharpening at times.
Okay.
But it did look better.
But there should be zero. But there should be zero.
Yeah.
This is James Cameron, who I don't know why I thought he should know, but you would.
I don't know why I thought he should know either, because I remember him talking about the T2 4K transfer and talking about how bad it was and how it was a mistake, and the Studio Canal got the wrong version, the version that was intended to be in 3D, and put it out on 4K and 2D. And so I was like, oh, he learned from that, you would think. But then this is also the same guy who took a paycheck and praised Terminator Genesis to the press. So I don't know. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he backtracks all the time. He said AVP was a great movie when it came out.
That's right.
And he does that all the time.
He also went to the press and said that RoboCop 2 is a piece of shit, I think. Remember correctly? Or something like that?
Well, he's a piece of shit. And this transfer is a piece of shit.
Yeah, I always refer to his career ending. He had a 10-year run, 5 great movies, 84 to 94. That's Cameron for me.
Titanic, I watched that again recently.
It's not a bad movie.
It's not a bad film, but it's not. I like Cameron when it comes to his era of films, like the era that ends with True Lies. Like that's the peak Cameron for me.
Same here.
And I don't mind the Avatar films either for what they are, but it's just not really on the same level.
No.
And Titanic really does seem waterlogged after a recent rewatch, and the sappy romance stuff. Like if you don't get into that, it can be kind of a rough watch at times. Like with the stuff with Leo and Kate.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole scene where it's supposed to be romantic and great, the whole I'm on top of the world thing, But like, I don't know if you're the same way, but when he holds her over and she's like, he covers her eyes and then has her open them, and then she's like, I'm flying. Like, I thought that was just fucking ridiculous. And I laughed my ass off. And I don't think that's really the reaction that James Cameron was looking for out of that scene.
Agreed.
James Cameron had no experience writing a romance. He should have never wrote the entire movie. Like, the best part of the film was when the iceberg happens and the ship starts to sink. But even the stuff with Billy Zane's character, like, why the fuck did he just flip out? He just lost his damn mind and grabbed a gun and started shooting. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
This is Billy Zane. That's what Billy Zane does.
I mean,
quick, like, let me answer this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
General, no one has requested that. And frame by frame, I'm not seeing Napoleon. It's 2.5 hours long. I'm not seeing that movie, so no.
Doesn't have him going to.
So, but
the ice
go
cream.
ahead, Mark. What were you going to say?
You know, and having the Zippy Piggy.
Yeah, no water slides. No deal for Napoleon.
No Waterloo. No deal.
Yeah. But what were you saying, Mark? About you're about to say?
Yeah, just the whole scene with Billy Zane. It's I mean, I'd probably have done the same thing. Like, she was being a little whore. I mean,
yeah.
She's like telling him, yeah, okay, you know, we'll be together. And then she's like fucking Leo in a car on a different part of the ship. So I mean, kind of justified in a way. But yeah, I mean, I told Matt a while back, like, I would have made that movie so much differently, like, than what it was. You could have still had like him
cut out like 30 to 45 minutes of the runtime. That's one of the things.
Yeah, definitely. And I would have added some sort of action in there.
Yeah.
If you have the whole diamond thing be a focal point, make it a heist movie about stealing that damn diamond.
Yeah.
I've always thought about that for years. I'm like,
that's a good idea.
Why wasn't that like part of it?
Yeah.
And maybe Leo and the other guy that he got on the ship with, maybe
Fabrizio, who was a nothing character.
Right, exactly.
They tried to make you feel like a lot for when he dies, like it's some big deal when he gets crushed by the, what was it, the steam pipe or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah. And
or the Irish guy.
Yeah. Like, that could have been his little heist crew right there. He finds out about the diamond, and then he's torn between actually stealing that and liking her. Yeah, exactly. Like, give it a little bit more weight to it.
Yeah.
And then Billy Zane's got his right hand man, and
you didn't need the old lady stuff either. Like in Bill Paxton, like that's not useless. It doesn't add anything to the movie.
And I'm all for having Bill Paxton in the film, but like, his character was very lackluster in a way. But he's fine in it.
Yeah.
But it's like, put him in the rest of the film. Put him on the ship. Like,
we could just cut out that whole thing and just have it take place during 19 whatever. Like you said, there's a jewel heist thing, and then maybe you could have Bill Paxton be some rival socialite guy who's trying to get the diamond too, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. But we didn't get that. We got 3 hours of romance, so
because he wanted to make a romance now. He's no longer Mr. Action.
Yeah.
No longer who he was.
Linda Hamilton stole his balls in the divorce.
Yeah,
I
just haven't really been a big fan of him in a long time. I get what the Avatar films are, but like the writing,
they're tech demos.
Yeah,
and they look great.
Yeah,
the Way of Water has some absolutely just amazing visuals.
And I like him, the innovations of shooting it differently, coming up with technology to shoot it.
I appreciate that a lot, but it's a double-edged sword, because that's why he's doing this shit with these 4K releases, because it's like he just can't get over his obsession with tech.
Yeah,
he's obsessed.
And like after Titanic, it's like it makes me feel like that. It's like that's what I waited for, because I was thinking, well, he's done his big, huge. Next, he'll have a huge action epic or a sci-fi epic.
Yeah.
He'll return to form. He'll give us something really, really interesting that makes me want to watch it and over and over and over. And like, I don't feel that with Avatar.
No.
As good and as cool as those movies look, like, I just don't get that out of it. I did enjoy him on Entourage. I don't know if you guys watched Entourage. He was great.
That show.
He was great on there. Fucking epic. And he's not an actor, but he pulled it off really well. I think that was like season 2, and he was.
I know Kevin Dillon was in that show.
Okay.
Yes, he was. He was one of the main 4 cast members, or main 5, I guess, if you count Jeremy.
For a lot of people, for a while, like that was what they knew him from, was Entourage. They didn't even know him as, Brian Flagg, the Blob, or
right.
Speaking of 4K, the Blob 4K looks great. Like,
yes,
I would absolutely 100% recommend that one for anyone out there.
Yeah, I was surprised, and I was glad that I held off on the Blu-ray. Yeah, the 4K is excellent.
No, I haven't seen Entourage. I've heard of it, and don't have the 4K of the Blob. So I got these I showed earlier. These.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I showed these ones earlier. This is the Vinegar Syndrome, Fatal Games, Evil Judgment. And my judgment on Vinegar Syndrome is I'm not overpaying for blind buys from them again. It's too much. I didn't even get anything for Severin. Their recent Black Friday thing, I didn't buy a single goddamn thing. Like, I'm like one of the few people that I'm like, fuck Cemetery Man. I'd never liked that film. I thought it was just awful.
I know we joked about it forever about the snow globe.
Yeah, and they sold the snow globe. They had they made it like a big deal that you buy this fucking package and you get the snow globe. I'm like, yeah, so I get reminded of the shitty twist ending that is straight out of Saint Elsewhere. You remember that show, Saint Elsewhere? Multiple seasons.
Oh yeah.
And it all was inside the head of this autistic kid. It never happened. It was never real.
Yep.
Yeah,
there you go.
Cemetery Man's okay at best. Like, I have the DVD, the Anchor Bay DVD, and I'm fine with that. Like,
yeah, I got that for super cheap somewhere. I think at a thrift shop, and I was like, that's fine. It's got good visuals. It does.
Yeah.
Might find a 4K digital rip or something just to see what, but unless somebody gifts it to me, like, I am not paying $45, $50 for Cemetery Man. And even the other one,
it was
the
$55.
Church, that already has a good release from Scorpion that I already have. And so do the other one, The Sect. So I'm like, I'm fine. I don't.
Yeah, I think the only one that I got was The Church. That was it. The Sect is meh. I love The Church though. I really dig that that score.
Yeah.
So it was nice to get that, but I didn't buy anything else.
$55, $60. It's like, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, I mean that bundle was like what, $400 or something, and then like the mega bundle was like $500,
and even like
it sold out.
The new title for Vinegar Syndrome, Existence. Like, I watched that recently. I'm like,
the Cronenberg Existence. Yeah,
it's not that great.
Yeah, I liked it a lot more back when it came out. But I haven't seen it in a long time, so I'm not sure how I'd feel about it now. But yeah, it was just okay when I saw it. I mean, it's kind of a cool idea if you like video games.
It is. What I honestly felt after seeing it after all these years is that almost said Cameron Cronenberg was the wrong guy. Like, he doesn't know anything about video games. Like, he's clearly a guy who's never played a damn video game in his life. And so he doesn't know how to write a video game movie. And so what you have is this video game film that features gameplay of a game that's incredibly dull and like boring. It was like a game that's supposed to be so addicting, and like everybody, like they have a hard time differentiating reality from the game world. Oh, they always want to be in the game world, and I'm like, why? This game sucks.
Yeah, you're probably right. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but I think well, I mean, I like William Dafoe and everything.
Oh, he's good in it.
Yeah, he's one of the standout parts of the movie for sure. But again, his character isn't in it enough.
No.
So it's like, but yeah, that was like really high priced, wasn't that? Like almost $50 or something? Yeah. So
Daryl, like really, Daryl?
Yeah, I'm good.
That much for Daryl? Like, no, that's not gonna sell. It's not. No. Probably still like thousands of copies of that set on there.
Well, first off, Arnold's Eye and True Lies is Cronenbergian, so that's probably why they just changed the It's this Existence I've seen, but I'm like, I saw this with Videodrome.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
A rip-off of Videodrome. I know he's ripping himself off, but
he hadn't written a film in years. Actually, his last film that he wrote was Videodrome. So I think what happened with Existence is that he got lazy. He was just like, oh, I just want to do another movie. Oh, I want to do something like Videodrome. So let's just take elements from Videodrome and then throw in a topic, a popular thing right now, which is video games.
And
that's Existence.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. To answer Predminator's question, I'm really torn, honestly. I don't want to pay for something like that, but
True Lies.
Yeah, but I'd also like to watch the movie again.
You kind of want to see it for yourself.
That too.
Thing where you're like, is it really as bad as
I want to see if I can tolerate it.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Like, people hated that release, dunked on it, said it was unwatchable garbage, DNR in every scene. I picked it up for cheap. I've seen it a couple times. It's not that unwatchable. Like, it has some moments, but that was always a film that did not look that great on DVD, Blu-ray, you name it, especially in certain shots. And so those shots just look worse in 4K. And also, they didn't remaster it. And I think it's because I remember reading something that Paramount, they could not find a print. And this is Paramount we're talking about. Say whatever you want about Paramount, but if they find a good quality print to remaster it, they take the time and they do it. Like, that's what happened with a lot of these other... They did that with Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller's Day Off looks amazing. That's a great 4K that they just came out with.
Yeah.
It's the best the film has ever looked.
Yeah.
So if there was a good quality print available to do a remaster from a negative, they would have done that. So I don't buy, they just didn't want to put the effort. Like, no, it's Paramount. Like, they actually give a shit about their 4K releases as of late.
Yeah, I've only gotten quality stuff from them as of late, and I appreciate the extra hard work that they're doing with that, because I know it is a bit pricey. I'm not sure how well those are selling these days.
Especially, hey, we're doing Beverly Hills Cop 3 next year. Like,
I saw that 4K. I was pretty shocked. That was the one I was like, they're never going to put that on 4K. It's going to stay on Blu-ray in that triple feature pack. It's never going to get a solo release,
now they're doing a triple feature pack 4K. So you have those people who are like, you didn't buy the first two. And I'm like, I'm fine. I don't need the third one anyway. Like, unless it's dirt cheap.
Yeah.
It makes sense they're doing it because the movie's coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, you said the trailer coming out tomorrow or something.
Yeah, it's coming out tomorrow.
So
what are your thoughts on that, Mark? Axel Foley.
Just the franchise, or like the fourth film?
Fourth film.
I don't know if we really need that. Eddie Murphy's like track record over the last like 15-20 years have not been good. So
Dolomite Is My Name. and then a whole bunch
Oh
of
yeah,
that's
I always
either-
forget about that. Okay,
either
yeah,
who
yeah.
gives a fuck or holy fuck.
Holy
That's
man.
his 15. That's his 15 years of filmography.
You gotta watch a little bit of You People, just a little bit.
All right.
So you can see how I mean, I'm sure Matt's told you how awful.
Yeah, I remember seeing the
It's
trailer
just-
and I was like, is this really all? It's just going to be, what do you mean, you people? Like, that's the whole movie. Like, if I want that, I'll watch Tropic Thunder again. That's what I'll do.
Right. There you go.
What do you mean, you people? Like, what do you mean?
And that can never happen again, unfortunately. And I love Tropic Thunder, but
Yeah.
Different times.
Yeah, I watched speaking of Tropic Thunder, the fake trailers, like the fatties thing, like that is the Clumps, because I watched that recently, the Clumps. And that is totally accurate. That's what that movie the movie really was.
Yeah.
Like there's some shit in that movie that would scar and traumatize a kid if they saw that when they were young. The hamster scene.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. Straight out of your nightmares.
Yeah. And thinking back, like, yeah, that's not very PG at all.
No.
Like,
the giant hamster fucks the guy in the ass.
Yeah.
Like,
and I know that character's really like a big dick through the whole thing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, does he deserve that? Deserve to be raped? Yeah.
But yeah, Axel Foley.
Coming to America too. Yeah, someone mentioned it.
Oh, did you see that one?
See Eddie Murphy did. If you want to see Eddie Murphy did date raped.
So
bad. I don't know about you. Like, I was actually kind of interested. I was curious about that sequel.
Yeah, me too.
Because Dolomite Is My Name had just come out, and I thought Eddie was on, a comeback trail. And
not me. This ain't going to end well. What was the last Eddie Murphy sequel worth a spit?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see your point. Yeah.
But yeah, Axel Foley, if it's respectful, if it's not one of those, he's on the wayside, it's somebody else's movie, like what they tried to do with the show that never got picked up, which I have the pilot, by the way. It's not good.
I can imagine.
It's not great. I can see why it wasn't picked up. Brandon
was an awful pilot.
Brandon T. Jackson, I think, whatever.
I saw it by Certain Ways, and it was pretty awful.
Yeah.
Except Eddie Murphy, for like the 5 minutes he's in, he's fun. That's why the network wanted him every episode. He's like, fuck that, I'm only doing this one.
Yeah.
And then they canceled then they didn't go with the show.
Understandably so. If he's not going to be in it more, like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon T. Jackson.
Like, we can't do it with this guy, with this kid. No, ain't gonna fly with all.
I mean, like, do any of those shows work? Like, wasn't there like a Lethal Weapon?
Yeah,
show
the
or
Lethal
something?
Weapon with Damon Wayans and the guy who fucking lost his shit and flipped out and got fired.
Yeah,
there was like 2-3 seasons. Rush Hour.
That
was
the next one.
Didn't it last like 6 episodes?
Something like that.
Yeah,
For those who don't know, yes, there was a Rush Hour TV show.
It was an NBC?
I don't know.
I think it was.
There was not one but 2 Uncle Buck shows, by the way. There was one with was it Tim Meany, or forgot the guy's first name. His last name is Meany. And he was in the Uncle Buck show in the late 80s or early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't last long at all. And then they did another one, like in the 2000s or 2010s or something, with Mike Epps.
Yeah, Mike Epps as Uncle Buck.
Yeah, that sounds funny though. Just the idea of it. I probably won't ever watch it, but just the idea of it does sound kind of funny. I mean,
It's more like when they did the Honeymooners movie.
Oh yeah.
They also had Mike Epps.
God, I forgot that even
I think
happened.
Mike Epps was in that too.
Yeah, that's right. And then they did the there was a Weird Science show for a while.
That was actually pretty good. Weird
Mhm.
Science show lasted for like 5 seasons. Hard show to find. Like
Yeah.
it's there's like the first 2 seasons that were released by A&E, but they're out of print. I got the DVD set of those first 2 a while back.
That many seasons?
Yeah. Because
5?
it was a USA Network show. And so USA at that time, like they needed programming.
Didn't care.
They didn't really, they didn't really care. They were just like, we need programming. So, all right, Weird Science, here's 5 seasons. All right, Harry and the Hendersons, here's more than 2 seasons.
How many episodes did Weird Science have?
Over 100, I think.
Wow. Yeah, I thought it was like 1 or 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's not too bad. It's kind of it's a fun watch, at least for what it is.
Someone in the chat reminded me about the Training Day show.
Oh, there was a Training Day show?
There was with Bill Paxton. I forgot about that.
Oh my god.
Never watched it though.
Yeah, I think it got canceled because he passed away. And that was the reason it got canceled, I believe. I think it was that time. And there's a lot of weird shows based on movies that
Misfits of Science. That's not based on a show, but it's a weird show. Misfits of Science. Courtney Cox and Kevin Peter Hall.
Ooh.
Were in the cast. It's an 80s show. It's like X-Men before X-Men was a thing. With teenagers that had superpowers.
Interesting.
And no, General, I've not seen Candy Tan Lane with Eddie Murphy. Did
you see that trailer, Mark? Speaking of Eddie Murphy.
I saw the poster and I was like, this doesn't, like, the poster wasn't even good. So I'm like, I'm not going to watch the trailer.
So we were talking about this before, Mark. What do you think of the year of movies this year?
This year?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a lot of shit, but that's like the norm now. So.
I think I called it the year of the mid. Like it's a year of mid. You know, just like mid-tier, like at best mostly, but with a lot of bad. Like Skinamarink. Like it's barely even a movie. I don't even I still don't understand why anyone praised the hell out of that film. I don't get it.
I don't understand either. Like it's not a movie. I mean, people like to get behind certain things. They want to champion something and put it over as the best thing ever. And I think that one was the victim of that. And they clearly know.
Or the whole like, I want to make it seem like I'm smarter and I'm better than everyone, so I'm going to prop up this film and create a new genre of filmmaking that's never existed called liminal horror, and then put this at the top of it, and then I'm gonna use all these fucking big words, and then I'm gonna talk about subtext. I'm gonna mention subtext a bunch of times, and then I'll be taken seriously, and everyone will love me.
And if we don't like it, it's because we don't understand it.
Like with the A24 horror films. Yeah, I get that all the time. Go back to watching your Fast and the Furious and your Transformers movies. It's like, yeah, honestly, I'd rather watch all of those films than
yeah. Well, except the latter of the Fast franchise.
Yeah. I haven't seen the latest one. I watched all the way up to like 9 when I was sick with COVID. Because I was like, I'm already sick. These are like ones I could watch without even thinking about it. It's fucking Fast and the Furious. Like I don't need to. I don't really think that much.
I think isn't 10 the one they go to space?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They went to space in the last one. Fast 9.
Yeah, the last one.
Was it 9?
9.
They did go to space. Yeah, they did go to space in 9.
Okay.
I was like,
Because you
okay,
had the guy from
I could
the third
watch.
one.
I could
And
watch up to 8.
Tyrese.
To be perfectly honest, I could watch up to 8.
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel that 8 was the point where it was starting to jump the shark. Or
Mm-hmm.
7 really was what was starting to get to that point, but I could still kind of watch it. 8 was really when it got like, and then 9 was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, I think 7 had the perfect ending, and I wish they had stopped there. But
yeah, that still makes me tear up, to be honest.
Yeah,
that ending.
Yeah. And then 9, yeah, it was just
They should have
horrible.
just stopped when Paul Walker died. Like,
yeah, agreed. Like 1 through 7, I'm fine with that.
My favorite is 5. I still think that one's really good. That's 5.
Yeah, I like 5. I mean, it took me a while to jump back into those movies after Tokyo Drift.
I could see why, because I saw that for the first time. I was like, this guy can't fucking act. Why is he the lead?
Lucas Black.
Lucas Black.
Yeah. It's really weird though. Like
Tony Romo looking ass.
Yeah. I had like a whole like revisionist like thing with that. I went back to 3 again years later, and I actually liked it more than before.
Oh.
And it's more so just the whole drift racing thing.
Oh, I like that aspect of it. I'll give the film that for sure.
Yeah, because like before I was completely dismissive of all of it because I didn't really like Lucas Black in it that much. But then like, I went back, like I said, and watched it again, and I was like, there's something here. Like it's kind of interesting. And it's more so like it's it's the typical fish out of water type of story.
Yeah. It is more interesting than the first one in retrospect, because the first one is Point Break with cars. That's really all that it is.
I hear that all the time, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. At least not for me.
Yeah.
Because I like Point Break, and I know some people don't like Point Break, but I'm a fan of that. So,
but at the same time, like Days of Thunder is Top Gun with race cars, and I really like that too. So, I know that that's constant with Days of Thunder.
Yeah,
is talked about as it's just Top Gun with cars, and I'm like, yeah, but good.
Good. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, as Fast and Furious is kind of the same thing. Too Fast, Too Furious, despite the dumb title, I can have some fun with, although there are some moments where it's just a bit too over the top.
Yeah.
Fast and Furious is one of the worst.
The fourth film?
The fourth film?
Yeah,
but it's also not as bad as I remember it being, but it's still not great.
It's still pretty bad though.
It's just kind of there.
Yeah.
It's very average, and I think it's disappointing because Vin Diesel is back. So like you have higher expectations. And I will say this, the 4K, I've noticed this with some 4K transfers. Like Indiana Jones 4 is a big one. Where, and so is Fast and Furious, I thought, where some of the wonkier looking effects on Blu-ray or DVD look a little bit better and more tolerable in 4K with whatever master that they did. But it's still too much CGI in the finale in Fast and Furious.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll agree about 5. I really like that one a lot. I thought 6 had a lot of really cool pacing to it.
Yeah.
I love how there's a bit of everything throughout. But I will say the ending is questionable with the whole plane sequence.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then 7, I was expecting a lot more because I'm like, oh, they're adding Tony Jaa. Like, this is interesting. And I like James Wan's style. So I'm like, it's an interesting mix. And there were some different and unexpected like camera angles and things like that in 7. So I was like, okay, I can tolerate this. Again, they're going for pure entertainment, but then like 8, I was like, okay, I'm not really liking this as much as like I think they've lost what made it special.
They go out of the airplane in cars with parachutes, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, and then the whole thing, the ending sequence with 8, the whole like driving Lamborghinis on ice and the Rock's
They give
like
you flashbacks to Die Another Day. That's what that did.
Yeah. The Rock's like guiding missiles on the ice with his hand, and I'm like,
torpedoes, yeah.
Or he's ripping concrete off the wall and fighting Jason Statham. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I think we're done here.
What about Hobbs and Shaw?
That didn't happen. The
Rock Vanity Project, because that's really what it seemed like at times.
Where
I had
Ryan
some fun
Reynolds
with it, but it's
shows up and
totally a
plays-
vanity project at times for The Rock because of the
Yeah.
Samoan thing, and I can go back
Yes.
home and
Yeah. I mean, it's like
Roman Reigns.
Yeah. And then you have the whole tit for tat thing where they're like, oh, we both have to have the same amount of screen time.
Mm-hmm.
So they literally shoot them at the same time doing different stuff. And I'm like, can't we just make a normal like action movie here? Like, why do we have to have this dick measuring contest going on the whole time?
Well, this is I would rather have that dick measuring contest than the one Expendables 4, from what I've heard.
I haven't seen it, but Matt's filled me in on.
There's literally
the
a
epic.
dildo in that.
Oh, well, I didn't hear about that, but and Matt's not laughing, so
It's true.
Yeah, and then 10 is just really, really bad. Jason Momoa is insufferable.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
Painting dead guys' toenails, and it's terrible. It's a terrible movie. But again, like you know,
They
you have
make
to
so
set
much
your-
money. They still make so much money for Universal. Like
they do, even though they've gone down somewhat from what they had originally been making. I think I want to say 7 was like the peak, and then like 8 made less and 9 made less.
Mhm.
And I know 9 was during the whole COVID thing, so
Yeah.
but still.
But yeah, this year, like, so what do you mean? So yeah, a lot of bad.
Mhm.
But what do you mean
Yeah.
by, you think it's like, do you think it's more than usual, or just like, I think there's like ones that disappoint me more, especially than last year. Like John Wick 4, I was very disappointed by. The new
Mhm.
Mission Impossible, I don't know if you saw that. Dead
Mm-mm.
Reckoning Part 1, which now it's no longer going to be Part 1 because they're did it do something else I remember reading about.
Yeah.
I thought that was one of the worst films in the series. And I saw it in the theater, and it was just overlong. What they did to Ilsa's character was ridiculous. Replaced her with the characters not even nearly as interesting. And the stunt was cool. There was a couple cool stunts near the end, but like all the other stuff felt like retreads from action scenes and a ton of other spy movies to me. So, and the AI thing, nothing for me. But
yeah, that that's pretty much what a buddy of mine said. Like he's really into the Mission Impossible franchise, and he was not really big on the last one. I know he said like up until that point they had been really, really solid.
yes.
But
Of course,
yeah,
Dial of
I
Destiny.
just-
Did you see that one?
No, I stayed away. Matt told
Good.
me all about it, so I
Good.
didn't even bother.
Don't.
I did see Silent Night, which I did not like.
Ah, man. Like
I
I've been
was-
hearing a lot of that kind of stuff about that one. Like it's not getting good reviews.
Anybody could have made that film. That's not a John Woo movie to me.
Ooh.
There are no signature moments that you would come to expect from a John Woo film. There's nothing in it that makes you want to watch it again. And that's the exact opposite for all of his best stuff. Like you always think about those action scenes and you're like, man, I want to see that again. Or it stays
Even
with
to someone
you.
like Broken Arrow. Like I love Broken Arrow.
Yeah, like those types of scenes like stay with you and you want to see them again. But there's nothing like that in Silent Night at all. Like it just I was even thinking of cooler stuff that he could have done when there were action scenes. And I'm like, well, why didn't he do this? Like like he could have done this or that, and it's just like it's the most basic, obvious thing that you've already seen before. I mean, the entire plot is stuff you've seen before with the getting revenge for
kind of Death Sentence vibes.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. But that's that's a better movie. It's more entertaining. And it just the whole thing with like him not being able to speak didn't really make sense. I mean, well, I take that back. Everybody else not speaking didn't make sense.
Oh.
If you have your lead character not talk because he got shot in the throat, okay, then he's going to be like a silent, like, guy on a mission who's just out. He'll speak. He'll let his guns do the talking, basically. Yeah. So that would have been cool, but nobody else talks. And it's like, you mean to tell me, like, you have a wife and you never talk to each other? And there's scenes where they communicate, but it's through text message, just so they can keep the shtick going of like nobody talks in this movie.
It just seems like it would be awkward. It would be an awkward watch.
It doesn't make any sense. Nobody talks, and it didn't bother me that much when I was watching it because again, I knew the whole gimmick going in. I was like, okay, I accept that. Nobody talks, whatever. But it just looking back on it, like you could have had all the characters talk, and it might have been a little bit better because then you could have gotten to know a little bit of like the other characters, like a little bit more. Like, so there's a scene where he's interrogating one of the guys from the gang that like killed his son, and he writes down all these lists of things like money laundering, drug trafficking, stuff like that, to find out like more about the gang. And I'm like, why does that even matter? Like, just kill him and go after the next guys. You already know who they are and where they are. What does it matter what the fuck his gang does? And it just, and then he's having the guy like circle things on the paper. And I'm like, this would be so different if he could just talk. I think we're wasting more time having him like draw things on a paper. I don't know. It just
like Pictionary.
Yeah.
I gave a Pictionary with the.
It's not the worst thing you've ever seen at all by any means. It's watchable, but it's disappointing for a John Woo movie.
How would you compare it to like something like the Death Wish remake? Did you see that one with Bruce Willis?
Yeah, I did. I'd probably watch that over Silent Night. It's
sounds like the Silent Night, Deadly Night remake is better. Silent Night.
Yeah,
we're talking about Silent Night.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, I'd watch that over this. Like, and I don't have a problem with Joel Kinnaman. Like, I don't think he's a bad actor or anything. Although, like, I'm really not a fan of the RoboCop remake, but that's a whole nother. That's a whole nother thing. But like, there's just nothing in that movie to hold it up for like any sort of replay value at all.
Yeah. Sounds like a poster child for the year of the mid.
Yeah, that was just the most disappointing movie of the year. I mean, like I said, I with that, I wasn't going to put my expectations too high because I don't do that with really any movie.
So like even with like some of the horror films you've seen this year, like even those weren't as disappointing to you. Like Scream 6.
Yeah, well, I kind of expected that one.
Evil Dead Rise.
That was awful. I actually think that's worse than Scream 6. But I'm trying to think the other horror films. Oh, I like Thanksgiving. That was fun.
Yeah. I've heard some good things about that. Sounds like a fun one. But yeah, Scream. Did you see Sick?
Yeah. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
That was surprisingly decent.
And those are like those two slasher movies are the ones that I keep coming back to. Like, there's not much else this year that I can even remember that is memorable at all. Those two are, but that's it.
Like, there's some I'm curious about Totally Killer. I haven't seen it yet, though. Fun idea. It's not that great. Yeah,
it's another mid one.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. It's just kind of there.
Kind of like what was it? The Exorcist one. Did you see that the what was it? Teenage
Believer?
Exorcist? No, not that one was
Oh.
shit. Exorcist Believer sucked.
Yeah.
There's some other Exorcist movie, like it was like a comedy horror from like last year. It was on Amazon. It's based on a
Not
book.
sure if I saw it.
My best friend, you know.
My best friend's an exorcist.
Yeah, no. It's something like that, but that was pretty mid too. With a really bad CGI demon at the end.
Oh, okay.
By the way, Mark, did you see the trailer for that, in my opinion, shitty looking slasher Founders Day?
Yes,
the guys
I
chasing
did.
people with a gavel.
I did.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on it?
If I want political horror, like, or with like maybe a bit of action, I'll just watch The Hunt again.
Oh yeah, yeah. It looked like an 80s slasher in the fact that like the killer looks ridiculous. But I'm not in.
It could be like the guy from New Year's Evil, this fucking kazoo, the stupid Stan Laurel mask.
Yeah, I'm not anticipating it at all. I mean, it's just another horror movie to me. I don't even. I'm not going to go out of my way to like see it in the theater. That's for damn sure.
There's just so many of these just another horror films. It seems like as of late, it's like this is another horror movie, just another sequel.
Yeah,
like I'm waiting for the inevitable Blumhouse reboot sequel of Nightmare on Elm Street with old Freddy for like 10 minutes. Robert Englund for his final performance as Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, like,
and Heather Langenkamp.
I really don't want it to
version
happen.
Of New Nightmare.
Yeah, but I think it will still happen. I mean, Jason Blum was really adamant about the fact that he's going to do it. He's going to try to get Robert Englund back, and I'm just thinking like that ship has sailed, man. He doesn't want to do it. Like, he really doesn't.
No.
Like, everybody, when I met him at the convention, everybody was asking him about that, and he's like, nah. He's like, I don't think so. He's like, I'll do a cameo, but
yeah,
I'm not gonna.
I could just see like just the convention keeps going on, and then at the end of the day, someone asks him that question again. It's just like, it's like, no.
That's why I made sure to not ask him about that. That's the one thing I knew everybody was gonna bug him about.
Ask him about the Mangler. Ask him about stuff that
Yeah, right.
People don't ask him about.
Exactly.
Most of the time. Like, you understand why some of these stars are like, they're God, like, can you just like
yeah.
Talk to me like with Peter Weller, like just RoboCop again. Okay. Fine. I'll tell some story about how RoboCop likes Oreos for the 50th time.
And have you played the game at all?
Not yet. I've heard good things about it, but I've also heard it's kind of hard. Like, it's difficult, like has like a difficulty curve that's kind of a pain in the ass. And I've heard like Weller's voiceover is kind of weak, but I don't know.
Yeah, so I find it to be really fun.
Cool.
I'm happy that we even got it because I never thought we would.
Yeah. Especially after what fucking Superman 64 company did with Titus did with the last RoboCop game that came out. Have you played that?
It's been a long time. Been a while.
Where RoboCop is the fucking Kool-Aid man shooting people and going, "Oh yeah."
That's hilarious. I don't even remember that, but
and like there's no continues. There's no continues in that fucking game. Like there's no like, and there's no checkpoints. So there's no like, I get to this point and then I got a checkpoint so then I can come back to it later. No, you have to go through the entire fucking level all at once. And the map sucks ass. You don't know where the fuck you're going half the time. So it makes it even worse. So it's just this mad dash. And then there are these random villains, like random like enemies that have like just ridiculous like spikes in difficulty. Like one shot death. Like, I'll show up, blast me with an energy blast, I'm dead now. Then I have to go all the way back to the fucking start of the level. Because that's how this fucking game is.
Yeah, that would drive me insane. I don't think I'm ever gonna play that. No, I mean Rogue City's fun. It's got a lot of extra stuff.
There's a lot of like Easter eggs, a lot of callbacks. It sounds definitely sounds like fun.
The score is great. So yeah, you mentioned Weller's voiceover. I think it's fine, but I keep in mind like he's like what, almost 80 or some shit.
Yeah,
like, he's
really he is up there. It's kind of like what Brad Dourif's Chucky is nowadays.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's like, he was that character so long ago in the case for Weller, and I don't know how much he can like really draw from that experience that happened, like 30 years ago or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So I keep that in mind with it. I think he's trying. That's the thing. Like I genuinely think
it sounds like he's trying harder than he did in the KFC commercials. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a solid performance to me. I mean, it's sort of like you said with Dourif, like it's the same thing. Like, although he's never been that far removed from the character, but I think at this point he's just kind of going through the motions with it.
I think Brad, at the end of the day, I think he's done. I think he does not want to be associated with only Chucky. He's going to keep doing Chucky.
I agree 100%.
But that's all he's getting.
Yeah.
For the most part is Chucky roles and, doing Chucky stuff. And I feel bad because Brad's an amazing actor. He's a terrific actor. And I think he could still do great work in dramatic films and other movies if people would be willing to cast him. But these typecast.
He looks so out of like touch with like just the whole Chucky thing. I don't think he gives a shit. Like I've seen him in interviews and like he's so disconnected. Like his body is there and he reacts to questions with an answer, but there's no, it's like a okay, I'll play Chucky again. There's no life in him. And like, I know he's been passionate in the past because I've seen him talk in other interviews and he was never like that. But now he does not care. Like, and it's really sad that that's all people talk to him about or even give him money for. I don't know why he doesn't get cast in other stuff. And then
before he did Child's Play, he was known more as a dramatic. He was in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, I think, and other stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think he was nominated for that.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's got range. And the X-Files episode he's in is great.
Exorcist 3. It's one of the best things about that.
Yeah. But like this this whole Chucky run, and I hate the series. It's awful.
I haven't heard good things about it. That's for damn sure.
It makes me sad because like he's such a talented guy, and I don't know why more people don't give him a shot to do more movies. And then when he does, he's in fucking Rob Zombie's Halloween, Halloween 2. So
one of the best things about those films.
Yeah.
But
gosh, shit movies though.
I can't even think of anything else I guess Oppenheimer was good.
Heard some pretty decent things about that.
That looks
I know
amazing.
the 4K is hard to get because it's been sold out everywhere. So
yes it is. I know Universal was really happy with it.
If you like to have you heard of a movie called Fat Man and Little Boy?
No.
I'd recommend checking that out. It's I think it's from like the late 80s, early 90s, and it's a similar thing about the atomic bomb.
Okay.
And it's got Paul Newman in it, John Cusack,
a
bunch of other pretty well-known actors for the time. I thought it was pretty good. Watched it for a history class, I think.
Okay.
High school.
Nice. I will check
talk
that
about
out.
World War II and atomic bomb, and watched it, and I was like, it was pretty decent.
Sounds good. I will check it out.
Oppenheimer before Oppenheimer, but not really, because it's not just about Oppenheimer. It's about like, the people who dropped the bomb and everything.
I saw a super chat up here for Saw X. Did you see Saw X?
I haven't seen it yet. I know Matt did. He didn't mind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was solid. I didn't have a problem with it. I know.
Sounds better than Spiral from what I've been hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spiral was a misfire for sure. There are some funny moments in it, but
seems like there's like when you cast somebody like Chris Rock in a horror film, serious, horror thriller, didn't work out. Cast Martin Lawrence in a horror thriller. Mind Cage.
That's right.
Doesn't work out.
I saw the trailer for that. I do remember seeing that. And I didn't see the movie though.
Yeah, I didn't mind the film. I know some people have an issue because why are they trying to make Jigsaw sympathetic? But which I can understand that. I still don't mind the film. I still thought it was pretty decent story.
Sounds like from what I've been reading, they don't go the same route as something like, another sequel, but it's not like an intense horror film or anything, but it's a similar like, oh, let's make these characters sympathetic. Like, it just came off the top of my head is Hocus Pocus 2. That's like, oh, hey, let's make them sympathetic at the end or at the beginning. The whole movie's about making the Sanderson sisters sympathetic, even though like they literally ate children.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's another way of looking at it for me with the Jigsaw character. Like, I don't know if they were necessarily trying to make him sympathetic as much as they were trying to show, I guess these people have to get their comeuppance.
Yeah, that's what I kind of get from that. It's like more of a revenge thing where you like, fuck around and find out. Like you're gonna fuck around with Jigsaw, then you're gonna find out.
Yeah, and it's not perfect, but I think it's a more well-crafted story than a lot of the other sequels that they did.
I haven't seen a lot of them in forever. I remember watching some of the Costas Mandalore ones randomly and just being like, "What the fuck? What is even the plot now? What is going on?"
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with those movies is the fact that they made all of those films about all the detectives that were on the case for trying to find Jigsaw and all that stuff, but there wasn't enough emphasis on those characters. So when they spread them out throughout all of the sequels, you're like, who? What? I don't remember him. What's he do? But if you go back and look, all of those characters like all established in the second film. With Dina Meyer's character.
Yeah.
Costas Mandalore shows up in 3. And then he's there.
It's funny with Costas Mandalore, like I just remember him from the Fist of the North Star movie. That's what
I remember that. Yeah, I mean, all those characters there, Lyric Bent's character, they're all right there, but there's not enough emphasis on them. It's all about the John Kramer character in the second film.
It's
and
like
the Eric Matthews, Donnie Wahlberg character.
You had just a random, like you had a film and you had like a bunch of people in it, and then like some random side supporting character had like 5 lines, and then the next movie, like the fourth film, it's like they're the lead. You're like,
yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's what I saw was the issue. But like going back and having seen them all in succession, back to back, they're not that bad. No. And I don't even really consider them horror films, honestly. I think they're more like dark crime thrillers.
Yeah. So it's not like Leprechaun franchise.
No.
Bad.
No. And I think if you
those?
Yeah.
Or
I go ahead.
or all of the Amityville, like the official Amityville, not like Amityville toy box or whatever the
Amityville Karen.
whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
50 Amityville films. Yeah, there are definitely worse franchises than Saw. Witchcraft. Why are there 13, 15, what is it, 16? How many goddamn witchcraft movies there are?
Too
How
many.
many fucking softcore porn horror movies about witches can you fucking possibly make? Where's that box set for Vinegar Syndrome?
It's
Charge
coming.
like $200.
It's probably coming.
Witchcraft.
Oh god.
All 15.
So bad. So bad.
Remastered and 4K.
But yeah, go ahead.
I was just trying to think of this year though. Like, that's the telltale sign though, is that like nothing's memorable. Nothing truly stands out. Did I see what?
Renfield?
Yeah. It's fine. I didn't mind it. And I guess was Cocaine Bear this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice to see Ray Liotta again. Played a good, scumbag in that, but comedy was just off. There were some times where it kind of worked. Most of the time it didn't. CGI was kind of iffy at times.
Yeah. It was better than The Blackening, which was
I saw that. I saw that.
Horrible.
That was fucking terrible. What the hell?
There's a sequel coming. So
are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like the skit is better. Like the skit is way better. You watch the film and you're like, the trailer I thought had potential, to be honest. I was like, this could be fun. And the characters are just so awful and unlikable and terrible in so many different ways. And the social commentary, like, it's just so heavy-handed, and like it literally is as subtle as getting blasted with a fire hose, which is a scene that actually happens, Matt, at the end of this movie. There's this random scene in the end credits where they all get blasted with a fire hose because it's like, remember the riots or whatever?
Yeah.
They get blasted with a fire hose. And I'm like, is that kind of insensitive? Like, I don't know why that's supposed to be funny.
Well, I mean, the whole blackface killer is not.
Yeah.
It's funny.
They did that already in Tales from the Hood too, or some shit, if I remember correctly.
Oh god.
Or the third, there was like some. Yeah, remember that? Wasn't there like some board or something? It was like a mammy thing. It was like a doll that came to life and like killed some people, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember those sequels.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I think I only skipped through the second one. I didn't watch.
Would you say that's like the worst? Was that like the worst horror film you saw this year? Was the Blackening?
No, Skinamarink. That's undoubtedly the worst.
The Blackening too, like the bad guy, like the voice that the guy used and everything, like the Poindexter thing, and it was just like
it didn't work. It just a cool concept, but executed very, very poorly, and the script was way too ridiculous and on the nose with all the fucking race jokes every 20 seconds. Every other line is a race joke, and it's like, okay, we get it.
Yeah. And the political stuff is very heavy-handed. I voted for Trump.
That did actually make me laugh because I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, hell.
Like if I want to watch, horror parodies, for Black perspective, I'll just watch some stuff on in Living Color. I'll watch the Cape Fear parody, which still kills me every time with Arsenio Hall. Eddie, we're gonna party all the time.
Yeah, I missed that show. So many good skits.
Ahead of its time. Definitely. So many different ways. I'm reading the book Homie Don't Play That, and it's It's pretty good. There's a lot of stuff in the beginning where it's just trying to talk about culture and everything and so on. Once they get to actually talking about the show, there's some good bits of information in there.
Okay. Interesting. But I saw that you guys were talking about movies for next year as well. Me and my friend just did the same thing, and we went through the list, and there's nothing there.
The Fall Guy. I like the the trailer for that. I want to have hope for Furiosa, but
yeah.
And
what about
Night Swim? Like
ridiculous. Another Blumhouse movie that costs nothing. Will probably make $1 billion.
Imaginary teddy bear, killer teddy bear.
Argyle. Did you see the trailer for that? What'd you think?
Looks forgettable. Looks like something that would literally just be dropped on Amazon or Netflix within like the next day or so.
The guy from Die Hard?
I wish. I wish that's what it was.
Argyle. The hell's Argyle?
It's like a mystery. They have this whole promotional campaign around this suitcase that has like a bubble in it. Like, what is it? What's the secret or whatever? And this cat. Like, what's the
Ving Rhames suitcase?
What's the secret of this pussy? Like, what does this pussy hold?
Suitcase in Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, I mean, I like Matt Vaughn though, but I don't know.
There's a new Lord of the Rings movie now, I guess. The first time I've heard about it, some Lord of the Rings film. Did you see that on there?
I did.
War of whatever the hell.
Don't care.
Rings of Power Hour.
It's gonna have the Wonder Twins. Turned into a pail of water.
Sure, make it worse than what I've heard of Rings of Power. Could have been worse. That Rings of Power show.
Or the Willow show. As a fan of Willow.
Yeah, such a huge hit. Still on the air. They did cancel, right?
Another one of those shows where let's just make it as diverse as possible, and that's going to be the focus. And also, by the way, the hero, let's make him old and lame and ruin his legacy because we can't help ourselves. Fucking joke.
That's okay. I love lesbians. But next year's gonna suck. Just like this year's gonna suck. This year sucked. Next year's gonna suck.
You guys aren't you don't give a shit about the Oscars, I'm assuming.
I mean, I did the Oscar. I talked about the Oscars last year mainly because of the Brendan Fraser, Jonathan, Keith Kwan. A lot of that. That was an interesting, new sort of thing. I followed up on that because I wanted to see what happened because that was honestly very inspiring, very one of a kind sort of thing for the Oscars. For those two to have that come back after so long. And Brendan had been working, but not in that capacity. And to see all that culminate, that was really special. I thought that was really cool. The moment with Jonathan and Harrison, and they, reunite, and of course Brendan winning, which I know some people are still pissed at for whatever reason. I don't understand. He deserved it.
But not to change the subject too much, but as far as award shows go, a friend of mine sent me a text and he says Barbie leads this year's Golden Globe nominations with 9 nominations.
I mean, art direction, production design, costuming, I would say definitely deserves nods or maybe might even win. Acting wise, not really. Best actress, Margot Robbie, no. She played the role fine, but it's not best actress type material. Ryan Gosling, I liked him as Ken a lot. I think he stole the film, but I've seen better acting from him. So I don't understand best acting or anything.
Yeah.
Direction, maybe. But score, no.
Yeah. So the last part of the text, he says it's just ridiculous. If Barbie beats Oppenheimer for Best Picture, I retire from life.
I mean, I definitely don't think Barbie deserves Best Picture.
No, not over Oppenheimer.
It's not a best. I still haven't even seen Oppenheimer, and I don't think Barbie deserves that. And I actually like Barbie, but I don't think that deserves Best Picture. It's not a Best Picture film.
No. If it were up to me, I would give Oppenheimer the clean sweep. That's just me. I think it has 8 nominations.
I know Everything Everywhere All at Once won a lot of awards, and honestly, I thought it deserved a good chunk of them from last year. So I didn't really have a lot of complaints.
Whether the nominations for Oscars are out?
Oh, this is for Golden Globes. I don't think the Oscars are out yet. I'm pretty sure Oppenheimer's going to get nominated for stuff. Barbie's going to get nominated. The Makeup Effects Award is probably going to go to Barbie or some nonsense because it's no longer Best Makeup Effects. It's Best Makeup and Hairstyling, which is sad. That just shows you, what makeup effects has become. That award. I don't know if you're probably very aware of this, Mark. It was created to honor practical makeup effects. Specifically because of American Werewolf in London, and they were like, well, we don't have an award. Well, we'll just create an award so we can give that film an opportunity to win an Oscar. And somewhere in the 2010s or whatever, that is just now Best Makeup and Hairstyling. And you're just like, all right.
Yeah. Depressing.
Well, because you don't see a lot of practical effects anymore. It's not a thing. So I understand it, but it's sad.
Yeah, and sadly, horror films will never go to the Oscars.
No,
they're the black sheep of film, so it's never going to make it there.
Some of them definitely were deserving. I think there's some actors and actresses. Like, I still think JoBeth Williams should have been nominated for an Oscar for Poltergeist. I firmly 100% believe that. It was a difficult role to pull off. She nailed it.
Well, I mean, not to say that certain horror films don't go, but then they're billed as something else. Like, I know Get Out went, but didn't they say that was a comedy or something?
Yeah. Silence of the Lambs, but it keeps getting grouped in there, and I'm like, I don't really think of Silence of the Lambs as a horror movie. It's a crime, thriller.
Yeah.
Like, do you think Manhunter is a horror film? No. So if that's the case, then the Silence of the Lambs doesn't count. Horror would really just get it for like makeup effects or art direction, costume, like what Bram Stoker's Dracula, did, and when it won all those Oscars. But we'll see what 2024 holds. It doesn't look promising. It's like a lot of sequels, a lot of laziness again. Maybe there'll be something that just surprises us. But like John Wick did all those years ago.
Do you guys like the Deadpool movies? You
looking forward to Deadpool 3? Is, like, arguably might be my favorite Marvel character. I had been banging at the table for a Deadpool film for years. I was even on camera talking about, if you do this right, it will be a massive hit. And they did it right, and it was a huge hit, and I was right. So I was like, this character is incredibly popular. It's not just a niche thing. Like, Deadpool has become really, really popular among a huge fan base. And they did it right. Ryan Reynolds and company, whoever leaked it, I think it was Ryan. I honestly feel Ryan is the one that leaked that footage. Because he loves Deadpool and he was like, this is gonna work. This is great. Like, this needs to get made. And Deadpool 2, I like. I still prefer the first. I think it's because it's just it's the first film. I think there are certain elements of Deadpool 2 that I think are better, but there's just that sort of novelty of the first time out. Deadpool 3, it's just MCU and Disney and everything. Their track record lately has been really bad. And Disney's been known to meddle. And I'm just leery about that. But Ryan hasn't let me down with Deadpool yet. So that's why. And I like Hugh Jackman being back. Because Ryan and Hugh, they're a great pair. And
they're really close.
He's only doing it because of for Ryan. It's not a paycheck thing for him. He's only doing it for Ryan. So,
and I think we'll see that natural like friendship that they have in real life come out in some chemistry on screen for sure.
I think we're going to see him in the yellow suit. We're going to see him in the yellow suit, which is going to be a lot of Wolverine fans have been wanting to see.
Yeah.
It's confirmed to be R. They're not messing around. I know there was the back and forth, like PG-13. They're not doing that. I mean, there's on-set photos of Sabretooth's head cut off. So, yeah, they're definitely not. It's definitely not going to be PG-13.
And the destroyed 20th Century Fox logo. I don't know if you've seen that. That made me laugh.
And I've seen people like make like fake, like it's photoshopped of the Predator. But I wouldn't be surprised if that actually did happen.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's being meta that the 20th Century Fox land. Like, why wouldn't the Predator show up?
Yeah. I mean, I could see like the opening lines of that film having Ryan being very tongue-in-cheek and saying, "Oh, you know, all the Marvel films is bombed, so now it's time for a Deadpool sequel to bring interest back."
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
No, I mean the stuff with the Predator, that was fate. That was just Ryan Reynolds his own way responding to spoilers because it leaked who some of the villains were. So.
That sounds like something.
I don't look forward to anything.
Yeah.
So no, I don't look forward to it because I don't look forward to a fucking thing. At a shitty John Wick film, at a shitty Ninja Turtle film, at a shitty Expendables film, and then for what else sounds like a shitty John Woo film. So I don't look forward to a goddamn thing ever in movies. This year I've had it. You know, this year was the
broken.
Yeah, the dip that broke the camel's back. Not the stick, it was the dick. And it's a limp dick fucking thing. I don't look forward to anything. Everything can go fuck itself. If Hollywood burned tonight, I would sing Kumbaya on camera.
Burn Hollywood burn.
I don't need this shit anymore. I don't need shitty John Wick films and shitty Ninja Turtle films, the shitty Expendables films and shitty Stallone films, and Arnold with googly eyes, little goober, because the director doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And I don't need this shitty X-Files stuff like we've had in the past. Shitty everything with franchises in the past. I don't need the shit anymore.
I forgot that was happening.
They're doing another X-Files?
Ryan
Reboot. They're trying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tired of it. I'm just done. So Deadpool 3, my assumption it'll suck because everything else has sucked. So
well, didn't Creed 3 like Jones like that? That was surprising.
Which I didn't look forward to.
Yeah. So it's just stuff that you're not looking forward to that'll just like, oh, that wasn't absolute garbage. All right.
Yeah.
But I mean, we had a shitty Indiana Jones film. We had a shitty Batman Michael Keaton bit where he dies 8 times.
Flash.
And eats spaghetti.
Yeah.
I'm tired of shit.
I feel you.
If you wonder why I'm so cynical.
Every right.
Shitty Evil Dead film. We had shitty Evil Dead film. We had shitty Exorcist film. We've had shitty Halloween films. We've had shitty Predator films and shitty
most of the Exorcist films are shitty. So I mean, it's like I don't like
that's
why
the thing.
they,
like,
why they do that anyway.
Anything?
I look more forward to Blu-ray or 4K releases from studios that aren't in a collaboration with James Cameron. That's what I look more forward to.
There's nothing for me even with that.
Not even Conan?
Maybe The Hitcher. I mean, I like Conan. I got the films.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need them. I mean, I like them.
Yeah.
They're not my favorite Arnold films. I like them.
The Hitcher, definitely. Second Sight, I think they're going to really nail that.
Yeah.
I'm like one of the only people. Well, there's probably the other people who bought like the crazy expensive bundle, but I bought the second most expensive bundle because I still like this movie. I did buy the Super Mario Brothers live action Umbrella Entertainment deluxe edition, whatever. But I also got a bunch of other Umbrella Entertainment stuff along with it. So when that does come out, I'll get like a package with like Possession and the FP films and a bunch of other stuff. So
cool.
But I'm looking forward to that. In January, I think, comes out. Because I think that film could look really fucking cool in 4K. But yeah, I mean, I get you. I totally understand. Darkman in February, I'm looking forward to because I love that film, and I really feel the Blu-ray has been mediocre at best.
Mm-hmm.
There was a transfer, so
I'm so glad I held out on that one. But yeah, can't wait to get that. I'm a big fan of that one as well.
I feel you. Kind of feel like, Peyton Westlake at the end of Darkman. A lot of this stuff just burn in hell.
But I do have. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go.
I would say I do have to head off in a bit because I've been on for 4.5 hours and I need to get some stuff done. But thank you guys for joining me. I didn't expect this, but this was a nice, pleasant surprise. That was a lot of fun. Went by quick.
Yeah.
And let guys know what you guys are doing in the chat. Let people know what you guys got coming up.
I just I did a rant on James Cameron's botch of True Lies and just posted that already on my channel. I called it James Cameron. I think it was like just stop. Because seriously, just stop, please. And in terms of reviews, I know I need to finish up the Ernest film reviews. I got like the last two on deck, which is just so sad. So sad. Ernest Goes to Africa. Just the plot of that is just so unbelievably insensitive. Like, you've heard of, like,
I know.
It's so bad. Like, how did this get made? Like, who was like, yeah, that's fine in 1996? That's so totally culturally acceptable. It makes you really look at Jim Varney differently. Like, was he just fucking racist? This whole, like, if you were if you weren't, like, would you ever sign off on that? Wouldn't you be like, no, we're not doing that?
No, because there's a lot of skits, SNL and Living Color that kind of did the similar stuff too, all the time during that Mad TV.
Yeah, Mad TV.
SNL.
Mad TV literally has like it's a Steven Seagal, like the first Steven Seagal parody was I was Brian Callen in blackface. So yeah, now that you remind me. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Or Ernest Goes to the Army. It just sounds like it's going to be sad because Barney he's showing his age. All the years of smoking and doing whatever is catching up to him. These are two of the last films that he did before he died, that kind of thing. He doesn't go out, on a high note. Was on a brown note. No pun intended. So I got those coming up. I also have some other reviews I got to do that were paid requests, like a Bronx Tale, which I didn't mind. I liked I watched Goodfellas again. I like that a lot more, but Bronx Tale still good. But you can tell it's almost like Robert De Niro, like he wanted to do Goodfellas, but lighter hearted.
Yeah.
Like a lighter hearted.
That's Goodfellas. Exactly what it feels like. Yeah.
And I just prefer the harder edged.
Oh yeah. Definitely. I'm glad that movie got a 4K though. Bronx Tale.
Do you have? I just have the Blu-ray because I heard the 4Ks is kind of meh.
It's fine.
I got the Blu-ray.
I don't have any issues with it. It's fine.
But yeah, that's kind of what I have planned. I also want to do a new update video. I didn't do one for last month, Physical Media Madness. I was going to fucking retail. Black Friday was hell. It took me a while to recover from that. So by the time I recovered from that, oops, it's now December. So I'll probably call it the Black Friday edition, and I'll do that pretty soon. But that's what I got planned. You have another? Did you buy another expensive limited edition box set from overseas or something?
I think I do have one coming, and it's for Sleepy Hollow. So
okay. Is it like a 4K thing, a media book thing or something?
Yeah, it's a media book, and it's got a huge bust of the Headless Horseman on the horse, and
cool.
It looks cool.
If they're using the same transfer that Paramount did, it's a nice looking transfer.
Okay. Real quick though, with Bronx Tale, are you gonna go in depth with like the actor that?
Probably not, but I read up on him. Like,
yeah, that's really fucked up. Yeah. Okay.
Like he got involved in some of the stuff that his character was in.
Yeah.
Just crazy. Like life imitating art in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
Did he actually get wrapped up in the mob, or was it like just some other sort of legal shenanigans?
I think it was just like running with the wrong people kind of thing. And you know, they convinced him to do all that stuff, and he participated, and you know,
to be honest, I thought the guy was Josh Charles. Like he gives off Josh Charles vibes. And I expect to see Josh Charles in the credits. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? That's one part of that film that I think is lacking. The acting of those two. The young kid was okay. I would say the kid did a little bit better than Brancato. I thought Brancato was not really that great, especially in comparison to Chaz Palminteri and Robert De Niro.
Like, yeah, he was out of his league. I mean, it's hard to beat those guys, and he was so young, and you know, he's just kind of there, but it's a serviceable enough performance where I don't mind it too much. But yeah,
it is kind of unbelievable though that you know, a bunch of these out of shape fat guys wipe the floor with these you know, with the Hell's Angels in the bar. Like really?
Yeah.
Again, they're mob guys, but like, come on, the Whale.
Right.
No.
And then they make Joe Pesci kind of look like a pussy at the beginning. I was like, what the hell?
That was an interesting twist. I will give I did not expect that. But then when you look back at it, you're like, oh, they kind of make him look like a total wuss then.
Yeah.
Definitely not. Tommy ain't no wuss in Goodfellas.
No. But yeah, probably another limited edition something. I was gonna slow down on doing busts because they're
running out of space.
No, I have a ton of them. It's just the setup of them, the lighting. They take so long to shoot and all that stuff. So
I bet
that, and I didn't want to overdo it, even though I know people like them. But I have so much other stuff, so I'll probably focus on that stuff for a little while. Then I'll get back to the bust later.
It's a vinegar syndrome.
No, I didn't even get my order yet, but
yeah.
I don't know. Nothing's very specific yet, but
I'm still waiting for my MVD order.
Me too.
And I'm waiting for orders from TerraVision.
Okay.
Because I did get the jar and slashers, because slashers look like fun. Slashers is like a take on like a reality show, but like warped and just violent and nuts. It's like like a Japanese American Gladiators, but with like slasher elements. I'm like, sign me up for that. I know it's a low budget, but like that sounds like it has a good amount of charm to it. And honestly, that adds to the authenticity of like you just somehow stumbled across this fucked up Japanese horror game show.
Yeah.
On the deep web or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, with that said, people in the chat, thanks for stopping by. Mike and Stum and Mark, thanks for taking your time.
Thanks for having me.
And absolutely, always. Fun as always. We will see you guys later. Bye-bye for now.
See ya.
Later.